Good morning. Welcome to a early morning Saturday show. Well, it's not that early. It's 9:30 in the morning, but early for some, especially on a Saturday morning. People are shaking off the work week, shaking off hangover, shaking off Friday night, whatever. So yeah, I'm going to be going through a longer video. This one I kind of figured I would do today because it is 53 minutes long. It's a longer conversation that Tom Rabbit's captured between Darth Dawkins and Tony W., who's a biology PhD. Well, claims to be a biology PhD student. And so you're listening to that a little bit. This morning show is going to be a little different, a little kind of casual. I pinned the StreamYard link, join link up there for anybody that would like to kind of call in and comment, ask questions. It's not meant to be a permanent link for something, for people to kind of gather in and become like a kind of a permanent group hangout kind of thing. But it will be something if you want to come in, if you got something specific to ask, you want to know about, or comment to make, or anything like that about me, the show, this particular video and content that I'm talking about, jump in and say your piece or whatever, and we can chat, and then I'd probably let you go. And then, just trying to do kind of a call-in show style thing, kind of mix it up a little bit, because I have a feeling this one I might end up having to skip around a little bit. I mean, I'm prepared to go the full distance on it, but I don't know. 53 minutes is a long time, and I can usually turn 15 minutes into an hour and a half. So, yeah, I'm loquacious like that. Let me say hello to anybody here in the chat. Simus Funk, he was first. Thank you, Simus, for the audience reminder. Good to see you, my friend. And good afternoon to you, because I think it's the afternoon there. Let's see, Pinworm, good to see you as well. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of stuff, trying to catch up for lost time. So, let's see here. Hello.
Hello. Good to see you again, Jefferson. Thank you so much for having you on, and thank you so much for doing the DD content.
Yeah.
I have a question for you from a concerned viewer. And I'll take the question off the air if you don't. I'll take the answer off the air if you don't mind. But I'd just like to ask you, how long will it be before Darth's heart gives out due to high blood pressure?
I was gonna say you can stay on for a little while because this thing's just heating up. Your guess is as good as mine. What if he's got what if he already has like a robotic heart, like Dick Cheney style, one of those wave making things? We could be with him until he's in his 90s. I mean, it makes me nervous because I myself am I get easily angered, but not so much with people like he does. I get angered with inanimate objects that tick me off,
Mm-hmm.
So I'm the kind of guy that swears at the washing machine. So I always wonder, and I do tend to have high blood pressure. So I'm always anytime I watch him start to blow up at people, I'm like, am I trending that way when I'm 62 * years old?
Mm-hmm.
Will I also be yelling at everyone online? I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree. I mean, what makes me worried, from concerned of Liverpool, is that as I get older, I get shorter tempered. I find that the same shit comes around again, and I don't want to deal with it for the 100th time.
Yeah, I've been finding that too. And I'm in my mid 40s, so it's just I find myself getting, I mean, you're right. It's like a lack of patience, but it's also just a kind of exhaustion when it comes up, and that you've been around it. It's just a weariness you feel in your soul. You're just oh, this again. I got to deal with this again.
I mean, I guess it means that there'll be more laughs down the line with Darth, right?
Yeah,
he's just going to get worse and worse. I mean, there's no getting better.
Laughs, screams, night terrors, night sweats, everything that he inspires in people. Yeah, it's gonna keep going. Good morning, Matt Gruber. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing okay. Just getting ready to kick off a live show here. Just saying hi to everybody. Got any kind of questions or anything going? Starting off this morning?
Yeah, I have a couple. One, why do you continue to platform Tom Rabbit after he has continued himself to platform Jack Angstrike, who is a known sexual predator?
I don't know that Tom is continuing to platform Jack Angstreich because I haven't seen a video. I haven't seen him actually cover a conversation or make a video about any interactions Angstreich's had. Also, if
On
I mean,
Clubhouse. I mean, yeah, he's on
yeah,
Clubhouse with him regularly. Yeah.
but I mean, are you really platforming somebody if you're on Clubhouse? I mean, Clubhouse is
Yeah.
like, all right. Well, I'll give it to you this way. I mine Tom Rabbit's stuff for content, and he knows that. So I'm not really platforming him so much as he's got some of this content for it, and I do reactions to it. I wouldn't be platforming, say, the Daily Wire if I was doing commentary on their video content either. So I don't really think of it as content. It's more like content bar. I mean, I'm just doing reaction commentary stuff to his things. If he wants to platform somebody like Angstreich, that's up to him. But I don't think that, like, 2 degrees separated from that, I have to, like, I need to avoid Tom because Tom won't avoid Jack on Clubhouse. I don't see why that would be something that I would need to.
But you do, like, you are convinced by the content that I provided you that he is at least a very problematic person.
Yeah, he's had some. It looks like he's had some issues with interactions online. Sure.
Oh, and I'm sure you would enjoy this. So there was a video of him talking to a Blaster Master, of Darth talking to Blaster Master.
Yeah, I covered that one, I think, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so what was chopped out of that conversation was because Darth was complaining about the audio quality. And what was chopped out of that conversation was me pointing out that one tactic the atheists like to do in Clubhouse is complain about the audio quality when you're making a good point, and then distracting from your good point. And Darth didn't realize the irony that that's exactly what he was doing.
I don't think you're the only one that's made that observation to him either. I think other people, like, I don't know if it was, I think I heard somebody say that to him before. Parakeet, maybe?
Like, again, like, I like his positions on theology. I like his positions on, but man, he can't even agree with the guy sometimes. It's tricky.
Yeah, it's his positions on theology that I have the biggest problems with. So, I mean, you and I could end up talking about that for hours, but that's basically most of my reaction videos is like hearing him make. But that's because I think that Darth does what a lot of Christian apologists do online. They don't want to talk about the narrative of the Bible, which is central to what they believe. They don't just believe in a God. They don't believe in an ultimate creator, all caps. They believe in Yahweh/Jesus. And so the narrative of the Bible is important, but they want to avoid that to talk about, well, let's talk about evolution so I can make you doubt science, or let's talk about political issues that are hot button, or let's talk about philosophy that we can just chase each other's tails, trying to define these terms.
Yeah, it frustrates the hell out of me to hear him or Precept King talk about, like, oh, you're doing a bait and switch when you say you're an atheist. Because atheism is the refutation of all gods. I'm like, well, you only believe in the Christian God, and you, like, don't believe the other gods exist. Either Jesus exists or no one exists.
Right. Kind of, their position, like, has to be that.
Right. Stop lying.
Yeah. If a God exists, it has to, and he believes in the way he ends up defining it as a necessarily existent being. It has to be Jesus, and it can only be Jesus. And if it's not Jesus, there isn't a God. Right, because oftentimes you'll kind of hear these guys say, well, if it were proved to me that there was no Jesus, then I would conclude that there is no God, there's no possibility for a God, and then I would completely remove myself from religion. And it's like, okay, I've heard that from like a handful of different apologists over the years. I'm like, I think that's a bit crazy. You could just revise what you mean, you revise a definition of what a God is, but they don't usually do that. So yeah.
Yeah, and my last thing is I have tangled with E-Bike Jesus as well. I was on Clubhouse with him because he was I can usually snuff out, I have a pretty good anti-Semitism detector. And usually if I see a vocal Catholic or orthobro in a chat, I can snuff out the Holocaust denial and the anti-Semitism pretty quick. And so I got him to admit that he didn't believe the Holocaust happened and the Jews control this and that, and like he's pretty disgusting. I caught him in a debate last night saying that if my worldview is more consistent than yours, it's true. Which I love, because I pointed out that like the post the original series Star Trek is a consistent and coherent worldview. So I guess we have replicators and transporters, or we will, in a few generations.
Right. Like if you can't show that there's a non sequitur there, then I guess it must be actual. It's like, well,
man. That's why I've kind of stepped back from the online Christianity, like stop touching the poop kind of thing.
Somebody reached out to me and said, like they left a comment on one of my other videos, and they're like, "You called traditionalist Catholics or traditional Catholics fascist. I think that's going a bit far." And I'm like, and I wanted to comment right away, but it was late at night. I just noticed it on my way to bed, and I was like, well, if they don't want to be labeled fascist, maybe they should stop denying the Holocaust and supporting autocrats. I mean, just like,
they're pretty consistent. They're pretty consistent in supporting authoritarians. Like a really common thing you'll see, and this is a Daily Wire position as well, that Francisco Franco's regime was virtuous, and he was just supporting good Christianity and doing what needed to be done against the commies, and like stop latching yourself to dictators and autocrats. Yeah. Also, I find orthobros are very, very like they tend to support Russia against Ukraine. They tend to support ethno-nationalism or ethno-nationalist governments in Eastern Europe, Balkans. They keep latching themselves. And there's an orthobro, Andrew Wilson. I don't know if you've seen his interview with Pine Creek, and he.
I've seen that.
Is that the Crucible?
Yeah.
I haven't watched that yet.
He has a nickname, Big Papa Fascist. And lately he's really been leaning into it. Like, I think before it was ironic, and now I think he opposes the 19th Amendment. He,
these fucking clowns.
Controversy gets the views. What can you say?
Again,
probably say that he wouldn't have leaned so hard into racism and fascism if people hadn't called him that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like I when I was on Discord, I would regularly run into orthobros and could quickly expose that they support theocracy, or they support regimes that engage in ethno-nationalism. And then I got many to admit, oh yeah, I just don't like Jews because they killed Jesus.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because in a lot of cases I've run into a few where they say something like, oh well, I want to have a discussion about the possible pluses of monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with that is, like, when you talk to them for about 10 minutes and then they're declaring, I want to see Viktor Orban as emperor of the world. Like, what the hell are you talking? Like, it started off like, let's talk about political philosophy and developments and thought about ideas of monarchy. And like, oh, okay. And then it's like, okay, what I want, my ideal government is something. Have you ever seen the prequels? Do you remember how Senator Palpatine rises to power? Like, okay, so you're siding with the Sith Lords. All right, you can leave. See yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, several examples, but amazing that Americans would advocate for monarchy. Really, any Americans, considering history.
Yeah, it's kind of stylish. And by the way, McGruber, did you say something like you don't like Jews because they killed Jesus? Did you just say that?
Oh no, he said that's what they say.
That's what they. Okay, all right.
Yeah, and technically, that's not true. Of course, it's the Romans that killed Jesus.
Yeah, but it's always
we understand what was meant by the phrase, so we're not going to take that too literally. But
it's why I'll never be close friends with Fabio, because of what his people did.
Exactly what the Romans did.
What you Romans did to him.
Yeah, too true. Oh. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's okay, McGruber. Before you go, I'd like if you could just possibly in private chat, and I stress private chat, put that link that you were suggesting to Jefferson. You had
I deleted Discord.
Hank Pike.
So I deleted Discord over another matter, and I don't have. I'm sure Jefferson has it. Jefferson, did you ask me a question? I had a technical issue.
No, Simus actually answered it for me. He actually cleared it up. I thought I misheard you. I was like, wait a minute, because I wasn't sure if there was somebody I had to push back on. But no, it wasn't. I just there was a noise that happened outside. I misheard it.
Yeah.
The link, Simus, were you talking about like the link to maybe the Pine Creek Andrew Wilson thing?
No, I was talking about the End Strike thing that Gruber was talking about earlier. I haven't seen that. And obviously, if there's some kind of any evidence,
I do
firsthand.
Yeah, I do have it. If you want to talk about it privately, because I still have it.
Yeah, if I'd like to just look at it privately and come to my own decision.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm still not. I mean, I will agree that it doesn't look good, but I'm still not in a position where I would be like.
For context,
conclusive.
For context, he was being baited.
No, hang on.
I'd like to do it privately if possible, and then make up my own mind.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it here unless I know.
Fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. If you could just give us that in private chat or something, I'd appreciate that. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I think if McGruber's if he's dumped Discord, it's probably gone. But I can find it and I'll send it to you, Simus.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Sure
okay, back to DD if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'm going to get this video started, Mac. Unless you got anything else, I'll let you go. Did you have any other questions or anything you want to say before I get this video started?
No, just that this will probably be my last foray into the Darth Dawkins into the Darthiverse. So so thanks for pushing back in a thoughtful way. I find most people just stick to just kind of obsess over his personality instead of actually attacking the content of what he of his apologetic. So it's nice to have a
to be fair,
dissenter who's actually thoughtful.
To be fair, McGruver, many of us have pushed back about 10 years ago. So,
well, I think
on his position, and there's little more you can say when it doesn't change over like the last 5 years.
Yeah, I am kind of repeating points that Ozzy's made, Simus has made, Floyd FP has made, JD. Yeah.
Well, you still need at least Precept provides a model for intelligibility, and well, that's where we agree to disagree.
Yeah,
or disagree to disagree.
It assumes to do that, but it can't show the connection. That's the problem, and it needs a theological narrative which somebody like Darth Dawkins abandons, which is a problem because Van Til doesn't. Van Til, I mean, with Van Til, it's weak, but at least he holds on to the sort of the revelatory narrative of the Bible and the specialness of special revelation. Darth likes to think that he can make a presuppositional argument for just sort of the God of classical theism, and that's even weaker than what Van Til was doing.
Have you ever looked into ultimated Judeo-Christian?
Yeah.
I haven't had to look into him ever. When he admitted that he makes love, Jesus makes love to him.
That's cringe. That's totally that. But I wonder if he's like kind of he's
much worse.
I don't know. Like I imagine like a Darth Dawkins like run through a bunch of like bad fiber optic amplifiers or something, and there's just a lot of like noise and distortion.
Ultimated Judeo
acid more like he's Darth Dawkins who's taken too much acid and
with a lot of mushrooms or something. Yeah, I'll give it this example. I think like ultimated Judeo-Christian, like if he's even, I think he is familiar with Darth Dawkins. I think he's admitted that. Yeah. But he is to Darth Dawkins what Heath Ledger's version of the Joker, his cronies are to the Joker. Yeah, so like you've got the guy who's basically cracked and kind of savvy. You don't know how much of it is like him just kind of hoeing people, how much of it he genuinely believes, how much of it. I mean, he obviously gets a kick out of it because he wouldn't have been doing it for over a decade. But then you have these other guys like ultimated Judeo-Christian who kind of come in. E-Bike Jesus, I think, is kind of in this where there's something going on there. Like you can tell when you talk to him that there's a little bit something out of whack. Ultimated Judeo-Christian strikes me as, I mean, I don't want to try to psychologize it, but it strikes me as being maybe a little bit somewhere on the schizoaffective spectrum and maybe not medicated correctly. And so I think some of the stuff that he hears from Darth appeals to him. And then if you talk to him long enough, you give him enough rope, he will do like what he did with Skylar Fiction and just admit to, like, you know, the benefits of a sexual relationship with Jesus, you know, I mean, which is just odd.
Yeah,
P. Mars has done kind of the same thing too. Like he'll sound like he's kind of like lockstep with Darth, and then all of a sudden he's making an argument that Jesus was genderless or something like that, which ticks off his buddies, because then they think that he's making some argument that he's like transsexual or transgendered or a transvestite or something like that. That's how they take it, and then they freak out about him. So, but yeah, a lot of these guys,
or they're just addicted to social media, like I had been, and you know they you know kind of perseverate over these like you know these topics, and it's just a feedback loop.
Yeah, that could be it. By the way, hey, Answers and Atheists, how's it going? Good to see you.
Take care.
Yeah, take it easy, Mac. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, no, like Ultimated said at one point in my debates, at least, and I think I've heard him say it in others, that he's currently being touched in the side of the head by God.
Oh, okay. So I mean, just like Homer Simpson's crayon up the nose, he's got a God finger in his brain. Like, ugh.
I have, yeah, basically. And so when he talks about the sexual stuff, you know, I don't think it's quite as. I mean, it's very funny, admittedly, but I don't think it's quite as. What's the word I'm looking for?
Perverse.
Well, I don't think it's. Yeah, meant is a kind of a sexual. Oh wow, I really get off on this. I think it's meant to be that the power of God is so strong that, you know, I may as well be getting fucked by God. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I kind of got that impression too. Like, it's sort of like, you know, well, God. I mean, the fact that you can experience an orgasm is kind of a sign of the divine, and I've heard people make arguments like that before. That's kind of where but yeah, some of the language that he chooses is like, is that the point you're making? And then he'll go on and like, well, he's with me in my bedroom. Like, no, stop right there. Like, we don't need examples, buddy.
And just again, just for reference, he actually declared that on Brojo's channel. That was the first time that.
Oh, that's the first one that happened. Okay, that's right.
Yeah, because like he was saying something about having a relationship with God, and then I just thought, oh, wouldn't it be funny if he thought that was like a, you know, girlfriend boyfriend? So I asked him the question, and it turned out it was.
That's so weird.
How the hell does that happen? I don't know, but nonetheless, you know, there we go.
Well, I did want to say something while you're still here. I wanted to,
you know,
thanks for having me on your show last night, and I do apologize if I kind of derailed things a little bit.
No, not at all, not at all. I wanted to get more than one angle in to Dre, and you perfectly did that. So yeah,
I wasn't sure. I probably should have taken what little bit of time I had there and just said like, hey, let's just assume that Friction is. Let's just assume that he's wrong about some of these points, or we just put a pin in them. We concede all your points about your being, you know, this thing that you're arguing for. How does this get us to Jesus? And did you guys ever get anywhere close where he tried to kind of make that connection to like,
no.
Why? Yeah, that's okay.
Not at all, not at all. But I didn't expect to. I mean, again, what I wanted to do was to, well, I mean, again, it was, of course, Xbox is the main man when it comes to like running the show, so to speak. But what I wanted to see was like a more robust version of Dillahunty's point put forward, that these four options that were given by him are not exhaustive, because clearly, I mean, I can think of another two actually, but and we did the one which I thought was very interesting by Friction, and then also we kind of slightly started on the infinite regress, which I think is the killer for me personally. That was my preferred option, right? Well, what's wrong with an infinite regress of contingency? And he couldn't answer that, of course, although I don't think he was pressed to the point where it was obvious he couldn't answer it, but he didn't answer it. And then, as I say, the other point was that it was amazing to have Jesus brought up, because clearly that is the other angle, which, as you say, most apologists, it seems, in the community just don't want to deal with.
Yeah, it just seems like there's layers and layers of evasion going. I was talking to my brother about it last night, and he was like, yeah, he's like, I wonder if I could get you to do like a discussion between you and Trey. And I was like, how long is it going to be before he just asked me my feelings about Hitler though? And he said, he's like, I got to admit, he's like, I laughed at least as loud and more obnoxiously than JD Kane did when he asked you that. And I was like, yeah. I'm like, JD had me kind of laughing too. And I like, can I ask you about Hitler? No, I'd really rather you didn't. Let's just kind of stick to
one. Now, I was kind of a little sad about JD as well, because like JD has annihilated this guy on so many, and you could tell, right? His reaction to JD was so like schizophrenic that you could tell he's really got under the guy's skin.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to give that some time, but because there was a lot of philosophical stuff going on, it doesn't work with the drama side,
Yeah.
So there was no real kind of opportunity other than the ones where JD would say, well, what about this point? And then it started becoming, well, you're stupid, JD. You're a child, or can you mute him?
Yeah, that was,
and that was perfect again. Perfect.
Yeah, that was the part that frustrated me the most, was when he started telling JD, you're when he's like trying to. I'm like, Trey, you've complained in the past that you don't like being treated this way, that Dillahunty's treated you this way, and I understand that he's got a history with JD Kane, but it's like you're just making this worse. Like, if you don't want to, just be like, yeah, I'm not going to address that, and just let it go. It was.
And like I said to him, even before we went on air, this is an open hangout. The link will be posted in chat.
Yeah.
Right. So I was kind of distancing myself, but at the same time, I didn't want the over talking to happen as well. And I felt like just the tip. I was trying to imply just the tip, and obviously, JD was thrusting hard. I mean, he wasn't even thrusting hard. Right?
It was more like just flopping it on the table and demonstrating. There it is. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was putting a little more than the tip in, but it wasn't solid thrusts. So So anyway, I was very happy. I was very happy overall. Piper and Friction were really good, I thought. Your point, and you were going with somebody else. Who was you going with? There was two of you backing each other. You and Serb, I think, were kind of backing each other up. And
Serb I think Serb was just trying to keep Trey in check, because because he, like, I don't know why, but Trey wanted to immediately kind of turn it into, oh, you don't like God because you think God's a bad guy. And I'm like, no, I'm trying to indicate that, like, if this is supposed to lead to the God that you believe in, we've got a special revelation that you believe is special that's indicating that it changes. But then you're turning around and trying to say that it's immutable, and I don't understand how you can hold to both of those at the same time and not, and how that wouldn't entail a blatant contradiction.
I mean, if you wouldn't mind, maybe you could do a program on just that little section, and then explain to everybody what was going on, because I didn't fully understand the back and forth. I didn't understand what he was saying at all. I barely grasped what the point was in the first place, because I was dealing with chat. But I kind of got it. And it'd be nice to just see that explained if you feel like it, of course.
Yeah, I probably should.
An interesting one then.
Yeah, because I don't think that he really understood where I was going. Because as soon as I could hear him get a bit defensive, and then when he starts asking me about, like, well, how do you feel? I knew, and I mean, those are the same things that like the last time we talked with Skylar Fiction, he kind of did the same thing, where he's like,
he did.
And with Skylar, it's kind of fair. Skylar leaves himself exposed to that because he makes emotional appeal arguments, like God does this to kids, and he admits that he does that. So it's like, okay, with Skylar,
always done that.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, so there's a little bit of room there, but like in the case of like, look, I could make the argument that I could agree with Skylar and be like, yeah, he kills kids, but I also agree with Trey that just because he does that doesn't mean he's bad. But
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out how he's immutable too. Like that doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
I would just say quickly that Skylar did one first part of a many-part series, I think, where I can't remember. He's on Clubhouse talking to a guy called Justin, and it is Skylar back to Skylar's very best, as in my opinion. So that was really good. I would recommend checking that out on Skylar's channel.
Do you know about how old they are?
No, it's new. It's new.
Oh, brand new. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was watching it today, so it can't have been out more than a day or two, I think.
Oh, I think I know. Okay, I think
it was on Clubhouse. I can get you the title in a sec if you want.
Yeah, I think I know which ones those are.
It's not. I don't think it's the full Darth one. It's the one just before that. So, let me just. I'll find it. Let me get the right titles, because then.
Is it the presuppositional warfare one from 12 hours? Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah.
All right.
I think that is the one. I will check it now. Anyway, back to Darth. Thank you so much. As I say, I mean, like McGruber's right. It is good to see someone taking apart the Darth's terrible presuppositional argument, and even if it's not the, what's the word I'm looking for? Even if it's not the one which is, I guess, most. Yes, it is presuppositional warfare. Yeah, that is the one. Yeah, even if it's not the most like cohesive or coherent, no, it's not. Even if it's not the most logical argument.
I think it's good to know, mostly because Darth kind of leads with it, or at least it's very much up front, because he's also got his ontological kind of argument, and then he'll lean into some transcendental things. But I think there are a lot of apologists who will lead with they clearly like either like a modal ontological argument, like planting it, or they like a Kalam cosmological argument or something. But then if they get frustrated, then all of a sudden you can find them wheeling back into, oh wait, how do you ground that you know anything? Like, okay, the idea of
burden.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, so you just deployed precept so that you can label me a solipsist and put me in a box and tell me I can't reason my way out of it. Cool.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, well, you go over there and solve hard solipsism. I'm going to continue to preach to these people over here. Like, no, I don't.
Yeah. And there was a time couple of years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, actually, that Darth was very much into revelation as an argument to support his presuppositional views. But I think he stopped doing it mainly because he got taken apart so many times on that. That he found it became because people wanted to go to the Bible, so he stopped using the Bible as an argument, right? Then he started just going to revelation, to special, or as they call it, natural revelation or something like that.
Yeah, there's either general, which is like look at the trees, and then special. Yeah.
So he went to that. Special, I think, is the Bible, isn't it? So so he went to the general revelation, and he said, "Oh, well, I've never had an experience," because he realizes that saying that is problematic for defending the argument in general. So I like that. I like the fact he has changed over the years, as he's been kicked in the teeth so many times. And I guess we should get him together with Trey Jadlow, because they could help each other.
I think it'd be interesting because Eli Ayala claims to be like presuppositionalism is his favorite. I think it'd be interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen Eli Ayala ever have a conversation with Darth Dawkins, although I'm thinking they probably have at some point. Their paths must have crossed.
I would think so, yeah. But either way, they don't like to do it publicly.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Just going back, but Trey and Darth would be amazing. It'd be very similar to Matt Bell and Darth. That was also a very interesting one. But so anyway, look, I'm going to go.
Witness that dynamic, yeah. That's
absolutely, yeah. Well, I saw it from both sides, because I had arguments with Matt and I had arguments with Darth, and then finally I was in the hangout where they came together, and it was like, oh, this is amazing. And I was winding Matt Bell up like no end before that, so he was primed, ready to go just before Darth came in.
That's pretty
Anyway.
close. It's Megatron and Cobra Commander in the same place.
Yeah, that's lovely. Okay, look, I'm going to go. Thank you so much for doing this, obviously, and
Absolutely.
I'll let
Thank
you
you
get
so
on.
much. Okay.
Yeah,
Take
thanks.
it easy.
Bye.
Yep. Bye. All right, folks. Okay, so I'm gonna shrink myself down here. We're gonna get into this one. Again, this one I don't really have a lot of context for. This one is pretty much straight up. It's just a conversation between. The screen shows Darth Dawkins and Darth Cockins. That they are not the main ones. The guy that Darth is going to be having a lengthy conversation with is Tony W. And in parentheses sometimes title there. It says biology PhD claim. So I don't know if anybody can kind of vouch for this guy. And I mean, nobody might be able to without him doxing himself. So it's not a big deal. But yeah, they're going to get into a conversation. The reason when I named this one binary and possibly brain dead, or binary brained and possibly brain dead, is because Darth seems to have an issue. Well, I mean, we've seen it a lot. He tends to have kind of a problem with black and white thinking exclusively. A lot of nuances tend to go away. I think that's made worse by the kind of argumentation he's been doing, especially over the last couple of years, where he tries to put people into positions where I'll present a dichotomy, and if you can't present, the dichotomy is it's either this or it's this or not this. Darth insists this. You then have to provide backup for the not this position, even though he's provided no support for the this position, and then somehow kind of claims that because he's made it because it conforms to an inference rule of the law of excluded middle, that it's somehow also true, which I mean just kind of furthers the idea that Darth, even though he's been doing this for 13 years, at the tender age of 62, does not understand the difference between validity and veracity. You can have a sound argument, which means it's valid and consistent in its structure, but it doesn't have to be true. And I don't understand why he doesn't understand that yet, because I'm sure if he watches any of my stuff, he's heard me dribble that out at least a dozen times. He's probably heard that come from a lot of other people over the years. And for whatever reason, it's just like that dog that doesn't catch the Frisbee. It just, he just lets it bounce off his forehead. That seems to be Darth with this. So, and I think a little bit of that's going to come up in here, because he's making kind of the same arguments, but he kind of gets what little bit I've seen of this. I've only watched bits and pieces, scrubbed through the first 20 minutes, and some of it is a little odd. April Knight, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for that $5. Ding Dong is especially condescending to females. Yes, he is. And I think I don't want to generalize, but I think that obviously the sphere is dominated by men. The atheist kind of discussion circles are dominated by men. There are more atheist men, I think, than women. And I think there's generally kind of and it's probably warranted because of the kind of philosophy bro posturing and stuff that can happen with us. Whether you're an atheist or debating an atheist, the debate, unfortunately, there's a lot of toxicity in a lot of, we're dealing with Darth Dawkins here. He's a pretty toxic personality. A lot of the people that are well-wishers of his or kind of, fellow travelers, also kind of toxic. And some of the philosophers or the philosophically minded atheists that debate against him also can be quite toxic in their behavior and in their approaches, and some opinions. So yeah, I think it's just, overall, it's not really conducive to what a lot of people, especially if somebody's trying to say, hey, this can be an open space for discussion. Anybody that walks into some of these things where it's like Clubhouse, Discord, it isn't. It's always kind of a shit show. Thank you again for that super chat, April. And I think most women, not only would they be wise to avoid somebody like Darth because he is, you can hear it in his voice changes when he's talking to a woman, when he realizes who he's talking to. And you've even seen it in the past when he was been criticized for the way he's treated fellow Christians who were women, who were critical of things he said or things he did, ways he treated people. That kind of turn that he gets. It's just one of his many problems. So anyway, this is starting right off at the beginning. We'll jump right into this. I'm going to speed this one up a little bit to 1.25. It won't be too fast. If this starts going too fast, let me know, holler at me, and I will take it down. I'll put it back to normal. Also, usual rules still apply. If you can't hear it, yell at me. Okay. All right, here we go.
That was
If you heckle like that, you're gonna get server muted. So go ahead, Tony.
There's been a few people who have told. First off, the only I know of you. There's a friend of mine who told me, you're a believer of God, and I like to think that I'm agnostic, and there's something out there. I'm just not sure of what it is. But what would be your rationale for believing that this world is created by a God?
My rationale for that, short and sweet, is that all temporal or contingent objects necessarily indicate the eternal to be contextualized, and it could only be the eternal if and only if the eternal was God, and that
Get that?
the denial therein is impossible. If necessary,
Your rationale for believing that this world is created by a God.
my rationale for that, short and sweet, is that all temporal or contingent objects necessarily indicate the eternal to be contextualized, and it could only be the eternal if and only if the eternal was God, and that the denial therein is impossible.
So, okay, so there's a lot wrong with that just from the jump, and I'll jump into this a little bit. So he's essentially trying to, this is what I think is odd, because this almost seems like an ontological argument for eternity. In the same sense that you would argue for an ontology, you'd use an ontological argument to argue for God in the sense that he's the greatest being that can be imagined. You know, nothing else can excel past him or definitionally be greater than him. This would sort of be kind of like that thing, like, okay, well, I know that when Darth looks at the world, one of the things that he claims is inescapable, because he did it in another video, he's done it several times. He tries to say that the rationality that reality is created is inescapable, or something to that effect. So for him, he's looking at reality as something that is not just obviously created, but necessarily so. It wouldn't exist if, the only way that reality that we experience it can exist is because it was made by something. So it, by definition, is creation, and creation definitionally entails a creator, or at least hints at one. And so then he can say, okay, well, if it's necessarily created, that means that there's a creator, and necessary creation entails a necessarily existent creator. Therefore, there you go. The problem with that is that might sound, it sounds kind of rational, and I think it kind of is rational from a point of view. Remember, rational doesn't mean right. Rational just means it's sort of following the components that they're using there. They're kind of piecing that together, and you can kind of follow the train of thought. The problem is the first assumption. The first assumption that it must be created. Actually, there's two assumptions. The first assumption is that reality is a creation, and then the second one is that it must be created. So you start off with kind of one layer and then ratchet it up. He's doing the same thing here with time. Like, if you look at anything, everything indicates like temporality, and temporality necessarily indicates or necessarily entails, eternity. And I don't know how he gets there. The idea that, like, well, and this is why, when I bring up like an ontological argument for God, if you conceive of creation as dependent on a creator, you could think of as time as being somehow less than. Time is essentially like a clock that's wound up. It's built into creation. There's probably something that's better than that. We can imagine an existence in which we're not confined by time, in which we weren't born and live and grow old and die, and end. You could conceive of an existence in which you always were and always will be. And if you can conceive of that, then somehow it can, kind of an ontological entailment of that is, well, that would be a necessary thing. So temporal things, cause and effect, events that happen, transpire, a present that becomes the past. That idea, you could say, like, well, that indicates this idea that there's something more than that, which is the eternal, and you can't have the eternal without God. I don't see this, and I think this guy, Tony W, is going to push back on that.
That sounds like
the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a non
All right,
sequitur.
well, that's a terrible input.
So it really doesn't follow that that's your reasoning for it.
I didn't hear. Okay, when you say it's, could you repeat the first part of that?
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow that you somehow believe that there's a God, or there's a God, based on that your conclusion. Just
Okay. First of
it's
all,
not
I was told that
rational.
you're a professor
Yes,
of what?
I am associate professor of biology.
Okay.
Okay, so he's claiming to be an associate professor of biology. All right. Thank you, Vroom. Good to see you here. You need a PhD in gobbledygook in order to understand ding dong? Yeah, you kind of do. Shatterhouse writes, all temporal and contingent objects necessarily indicate the internal to be contextualized. It can only be the external if and only if external is God. The denial therein is impossible. No, he's not saying internal. He's saying eternal. So, but maybe spell checker's messing with you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all there is to it. Marine biology.
So, okay, so you're giving me a generalization. You didn't give me a counter argument.
Well, that's the
Okay.
well. First off,
Okay.
I don't know that you have to provide a counter argument. Really, all you have to do. This is another thing that these guys get. Okay, I gave an argument. Now you need to give an argument that beats mine. That's not how it works. All you have to do is I want. This is one of those kind of external, internal critique kind of things that can happen even with a syllogism. If Darth provides an argument for why he thinks this is thus and so, and he's trying to say, well, I think that temporal things necessarily indicate the eternal, and if there's an eternal, there must be a God. In fact, the only way there could be an eternal would be that it was God. In other words, temporality necessarily entails eternality. Eternality necessarily entails God. Okay. All you have to do is just say, like, okay, well, I don't see how you've made those connections, and you don't need to construct a separate argument to stop that one. All you have to do is look at the premises and be like, how are you getting from temporality indicates? Like, it'd be one thing to say that temporality indicates eternality. In other words, it might hint at that. We could conceive of something where time either doesn't work the same way or time doesn't exist. That might be indicative of it, or at least kind of suggestive of it. But Darth will kind of use the term indicate and entail, in exchange. He'll use them intermittently. And when he kind of conflates the two, it seems like, but then when they'll start bringing up, well, it's necessary. Okay, so temporality necessarily indicates eternality. I don't know how that does that. I don't know why temporality is a necessary entailment, or necessarily entails something beyond that, a reality in which there is no time. Time necessarily indicates timelessness. Like, possibly conceptually, maybe, if you want to make that argument, but does it actually? Is he going to make an argument from physics or something about this? I don't know how he's going to try to ground that.
Okay. Do you agree that there are temporal states?
of course.
Okay. Now, either the temporal states will necessarily indicate the eternal or not, as per the law of excluded middle. Do you accept that?
Okay, so he's asked him if there's temporal states, and he's like, sure. In reality, there are. Obviously, we have an event, happens, and then its aftermath. It happens, it happened. There's clearly a tense to these kinds of things. So temporality.
Yes, that would be the definition of that law.
Okay. Now, so my position is it necessarily indicates the eternal.
Why?
Because the temporal state wouldn't be anything if it didn't. In other words, there would be no contextualization.
Why does the eternal need to be in order to contextualize a temporal event? Especially when a temporal event, time is just registering a change in either conditions, positions, agents, whatever. There's a cause and effect. That measurement from cause to effect is temporal. I mean, this is just him trying to say, like, well, but without eternality, none of that would make sense. Why would eternal be necessary as context for? Yeah, this makes no sense.
For the object in question. Now, if you do not accept that, that means you accept the negation. That's the only way that you could say that it's a non sequitur.
No, that actually wouldn't be the only way to say it was a non. That would probably be the way to say it was a non sequitur in terms of like concluding something. But you could also say that I dislike this kind of stuff. He's like, well, here, I laid this thing out, and if you try to say that it's a non sequitur, you need to provide an external argument. There are arguments that you can see that are so bad that one premise will have a non sequitur in it. It'll try to argue for, it'll provide a miniature argument to support premise 1 or premise 2, premise 3, whatever. And that argument will be fallacious. It'll have a non sequitur. It's like, well, that doesn't necessarily follow. So that preposition, that premise isn't really supported. And I haven't heard him really provide any support for any of this kind of stuff. We have temporal events. Those necessarily indicate the eternal, whatever he means by eternal. I'm assuming what he means is we have temporal events in which things happen and are confined by time. That necessarily indicates an existence in which there isn't that. There isn't anything confined by time. And the only way that can exist is a God. So time necessarily entails eternality, necessarily entails a creator God. I mean, he's attempting to make this connection, and this guy's saying like, well, that seems like it could be a non sequitur. And Darth's like, no, you can't do that unless you deal with this dichotomy. It either is that or it's not. That's not a dichotomy. It either is all of my argument or it's nothing. Is not how you do a dichotomy. This is insane.
So you're going to have to make a case that temporal states do not indicate the eternal in order to establish that what I'm saying is a non sequitur.
Oh, that's all he has to do. Okay.
Well, so let's start with, you can't just yes or no that.
Yeah, I think he's kind of right here. I mean, the idea of just trying to make this into something binary or pivot this into some kind of like, well, here's the thing that I'm going to do. I'm going to claim it's a dichotomy. It's either a yes or no or a stop and go. And that's it. Like, okay, if you're talking about things like temporality and eternality, I don't know that you really want to do that. And all he wants to do is say like, well, it either is the case that it's the way I'm saying it is, or it isn't the case that it's the way that I'm saying it is in every way. But what he doesn't understand is like, you have to show like you don't have to actually do that. That's a weird standard. If he's provided the argument, you can just be like, okay, I kind of see where you're going here, but what about temporality entails eternality? And what about eternality entails the God that you're talking about? What specifically is connecting these things? Those links aren't as strong as he thinks he is, but he thinks that because he's lined them up and then stated them, if you disagree with him, you're disagreeing with the entire chain, and you need to provide an argument. But he hasn't really provided much of an argument. He's just insisted that this is how things are.
It's not something you can just give a yes or no to.
You are dodging what I'm putting.
Hey,
to
Darth,
you,
stop
okay?
interrupting.
Shut your mouth, Windows.
Shut your mouth, you old dotard.
Well, first off,
Just give me a second. Hold on, Tom.
okay.
Tony,
Yes, sir.
do you agree that temporal things, and by that I mean things that begin to exist, are contingent states? They either necessarily indicate the eternal or
Howdy. What you got for me?
What was that?
What's up? What you got for me?
Oh well, I noticed you were live and you had a link to join. You usually do these things solo.
Yeah, no, I put that in there as kind of a call show thing, just so if anybody wants to like ask a question, leave a comment or anything like that. I'm not really running like with like a group hangout kind of thing, but yeah, if anybody wants to jump in, make a comment, ask a question, anything like that, that's what that's there for. So
Yeah.
because I figured I'd be on this for a while, so it might get a little boring if it's just me listening and rambling forever.
Well, I mean, I guess I do have a question as to what do you find most fascinating about Darth?
Um,
I mean, if you want questions, there's one.
his allergy to discussing the narrative of the book he loves so much, the Bible.
Okay, here's another question. Aren't there people who are just as bad, if not worse, than Darth?
Yeah, I think PMARS is damn near is close. And
PMARS is just a fucking troll. I don't take anything he says seriously.
No, I mean, yeah, but I mean, some people could be that. I mean, depending on how they take him, people could be that dismissive of Darth and are. So, but in terms of like being worse, in terms of like content, what they put out in the world, the kinds of stuff they do. I mean, Darth's is an asshole, but he also doesn't go onto people's streams and in the name of free speech try to like, spell out racial epithets to get their live chat banned. So
yeah, PMARS does do that, and he was a really bad porn bomber back in the day, like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it did it to me a couple of times. I remember one time somebody I can't remember which username it was under. I think I banned about half a dozen of him at one
God
point.
damn.
He would show, and the weird thing was he wasn't even particularly good at it. He would show up and he'd appear in the streamer and things. And I don't know if he didn't know this. Maybe he was intending to do this, but like it's like you can see, before you let somebody out of StreamYard, you can see if they've got like a video playing or their cameras on or whatever. And I look down, I scroll down, and I see somebody's waiting, and I didn't recognize the username. And then it's some kind of weird avatar, and then it changes, and it's like a close up video of somebody fondling their penis. And I'm like, okay, so yeah, so I'm just like, okay, just block, just remove and block that guy. Like, okay, that's clearly somebody looking to porn bomb. So, and I don't know if it's like, did you do that because you didn't know I wouldn't see it, or did you do that so that if I made you join, then you can just like laugh at your friends, like he could totally see it in the preview, and he let me on anyway. You could totally see it was a guy's dick. Like I could see PMARS going either way with that. So,
I remember this one time I was taking a walk. Sean Hufford, I think that was his last name, was having a stream using Google Hangouts. Right, like the old Hangouts. He lets P-Bars on, or somebody on. Like the guy kicks everybody out of Hangouts and porn bombs. The stream gets taken down by you. I was taking a walk when that happened. I can never forget that fucking scene. To this day, P Mars denies it was him. Jesus Christ.
jeez.
Oh.
I do have to point that out, Michael. Simus screaming at me drunk on Twitter. Michael, I don't know what that's about. Simus doesn't drink. He's a teetotaler, man. Like he is not a drinker. And believe me, a drinker knows. Let's see here. All right. I view Darth as a troll too. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Do you have anything else?
Not really. Just
Okay.
that it's nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, it's good hearing from you. Yeah, I mean, if you want to bounce out, if you have anything else and you want to jump back in, just click on the link and come back in. But I'm just kind of keeping it freed up. I'm doing the solo thing, and then as people want to call in, yeah, just
all right. Well, have fun. Have fun. Reviewing some
more Darth.
sad old man living in his parents' basement.
Well, I've heard that the outcome of this might be that this the guy that he's talking to, Tony W, like becomes convinced of like deism, maybe. So I'm hoping I make it at least that far to see that. So yeah, we'll see. But I've already been on for an hour and I've only made it 3 minutes into the video. So
that tends to happen with videos, someone reviews, right? Like you want to review a video, but then you spend like 20 minutes making a point, and talking, making a point because you heard something in the video and you didn't even get past the fucking title screen.
Yeah. But I mean, I kind of knew that was going to happen with this one, especially if I made it, left the link on there. So, all right, I'm going to get back to this. But yeah, thanks for stopping in.
Yep, boy.
All right, yeah, catch you later.
Or not.
I do not agree with that because you're defining internal as a god or creator.
Okay, I just gave you a logically necessary or statement. Okay, do you accept the law of excluded middle?
Oh, I do. Yep, for every
okay, great. So I just
proposition, either
gave
the
you
proposition or its negation is true.
right. I just gave you the statement of a law of excluded middle, and I simply filled in the value for A. Okay.
Okay.
Now, either it is the case that contingent objects necessarily indicate the eternal or not. That or statement is necessarily true.
Well, that assumes the creator.
Why would it be necessarily true?
No. Listen to me carefully. Focus on the statement.
Sure.
That the eternal thing is the creator is a secondary issue. Now, I told you that
I don't know about that, but
temporal states. I gave you an or statement. The or statement is necessarily true. I will repeat it.
Why is an or statement necessarily true? That you can present something as a dichotomy. It doesn't mean if you present it as a dichotomy, it doesn't mean that one is necessarily true over the other. It could be that both are false. This is a weird claim that he's now making. It's true that one can be true. They can't both be true, but they can both be false. So this idea that it's somehow like, okay, here's the statement, one of these positions that, that either this is or this isn't. Fair enough. All right. Or it could be none of those things, depending on what you're trying to postulate. It either is the case that unicorns exist, or it is the case that unicorns don't, do not exist. Okay. Or it could be the case that, well, I mean, in terms of classical logic, you're usually going to end up splitting it one way or the other. But there's, depending on what you're talking about, in this case, it's not as simple as you either have something or you lack it. He's trying to entail a connection. Temporal things indicate an eternal, and that either is the case or it isn't. That's weaker, because that's not necessarily what's going on. It isn't. He's making the state of affairs. He's put that out there as if it either is this or it's not that. Okay, well, it's not that. At least, at the very least, it's not exactly that. This is such a strange way of trying to like shoehorn in a binary thing. Like, it'd be one thing to say either there is an apple in my lunch bag, or there isn't an apple in my lunch bag. It's another thing to say that I'm trying to think of like a chain of events that would need to occur that would entail something. Oh, if I drive to this grocery store every morning, that entails that I must work at that store. That either is the case or it is not the case. Like, okay, one aspect of that could be true. It could be the case that that person does in fact drive to the store every day, but it is not the case that that person works at that store. That makes sense.
Well, states either necessarily indicate the eternal or not. Now, the or statement I just gave you, is that statement necessarily true?
Based on what you're saying, it would be, yes.
Okay, so we're in agreement. Now,
Yeah.
If I affirm one or the other, and you say it doesn't necessarily follow, then what you are advancing is the negation of my position in order to establish that it's a non sequitur.
Okay.
Okay. Now, are you prepared to defend the negation of my proposition in order to establish that I'm uttering a non sequitur?
Yes, I am prepared,
Okay.
but I would like to, if you,
Is he really? He really is trying to do it. It's like, okay, so this, you have to make the entire thing a non sequitur. Like, no. I like how he started off with this initially with the same thing. Like, well, do you acknowledge that temporal events are a thing? Yeah. Okay. Doesn't that indicate the eternal? Does it? Doesn't it have to? Like, I haven't seen the connection made yet.
if you don't mind, I would, because it does seem that you're well versed in philosophy. I'd like to ask you about the Big Bang and ask you, are you well versed in, thermodynamics?
I think I know enough to be conversant about it. Do I have expertise in it? No, but that's changing of the subject. I'd like to continue on the line of subject matter that we're discussing.
No, it's not. I mean, Darth got into this thing by trying to talk about temporal events. And so if you get into something like temporal events and you want to talk about that, and does it or does it not entail eternality or something like that, I think it's fair for somebody to possibly shift that into a discussion about physics. I mean, it doesn't seem to me like it would be unfair. It's probably going to start to kind of get that way anyway. If Darth is going to be like, well, no, let's just keep this purely theoretically philosophical. Well, in that case, we might not be talking about anything actual. And remember, this started out with Tony W. asking Darth essentially why he believed in a god, or how he would justify his belief in the god he claims to believe in. So with that, what we're getting into right now doesn't seem to really matter, because it's like, well, no, what I'm giving you is kind of a philosophical proof of the entire thing. Like, okay, but is that convincing to you? Is that why you believe in this God, or is this just how you like talk to people who are skeptical of the beliefs you put out there?
rather than change the subject. Okay. If you want
Okay,
to
fair
discuss
enough.
the Big Bang later on or some other time, I'm more than willing. You seem so far like I'm sure we probably won't agree on a lot of things, but you sound like a very mature person. I don't run into a lot of mature people on Discord, so it'll be a joy to talk with you.
Yeah,
So
yeah. In truth, I'm not trying to change your beliefs, but maybe you can change mine.
well, I would hope that you would try too, you know.
Mm.
So far I run into a lot of trolls on Discord, and you don't seem to be one of them. So if we vigorously disagree, it's nothing personal. Okay. So I've laid down a proposition. The proposition for the existence of God, the case is temporal states necessarily indicate the eternal. Okay. You stated that that's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. The only way that you can ground that it's a non sequitur is to establish its negation, that temporal states do not necessarily indicate the eternal. Are you prepared to defend that?
Yes, but my defense would not make you happy, and you would not agree to it, because I would.
Why would this is fun? Darth does his classic move. He puts out an idea, and if you disagree with him, what you need to do is then provide a defense for the antithesis of what he proposed. What he's not doing is actually providing a defense for the proposition that he proposed, which was temporal events necessarily entail the eternal, and the eternal necessarily entails the God that he believes exists necessarily. All of this stuff is inevitable. It has to be. And if you ask Darth why, he'll say, because temporal events entail it. He'll just go right back to that. Temporal events entail eternality, which entails God. Okay. Why? Because they're temporal events. If we have events that happen in time, that must indicate that there's something eternal. Like, no. I wonder if he thinks that by indicate or entail, because we can imagine, and this is why I brought up the ontology thing, because we can imagine a hypothetical of no time being at play, truly eternal, something never ending, never really beginning, just always is, that somehow plays into this rationale. So, and I have to guess at that because he's not providing a defense for it. He's not going any further than that. He's just saying it either is this or it is not this. And if it's not that, you need to defend it. And if you can't, then by default, I win. None of that makes sense. That violates so many different aspects of how you are going to engage in these kinds of ideas and the discussion. I don't know that I can. I'm just thinking of like, absence of charity, fallacious reasoning. There's a little bit of begging the question in there. This is bad.
Go off. We don't know. I would tell you we don't know. We have some working theories.
But here's the problem.
Yeah.
You don't have that luxury. Okay. Because it's an or statement. Okay. Your position is that temporal states do not necessarily indicate the eternal. Right.
Right.
Can you defend that, please?
Right, because Darth's statement was that they do necessarily indicate the eternal, and he hasn't explained why. Other than that, it seems to be that when he asked him the question, do you acknowledge that temporal events occur? And Tony W. said yes. That, I guess, is evidence enough that, okay, they exist. Therefore, my claim that they necessarily entail the eternal must be true. How?
Yeah, so first I would not allow you to use the law of excluded middle. For example, like in mathematical logic, the excluded middle, it's argued it results in a self-contradiction. That's first. So
we're not discussing mathematics.
No, 100%.
Mathematics are abstract objects. We're not discussing abstract objects or the relationship between that.
Well, okay. Laws of the classical logic, then, and at least in the case if you're trying to argue that laws of logic, like the law of excluded middle, is a prescriptive thing that sort of guides our thinking in terms of how we're going to approach certain explanations. Is that a concrete thing? Like, he's the one that brought up the law of excluded middle, and now he doesn't want to get into mathematics because by his statement, oh, that's abstract. And the law of excluded middle is not. That's fascinating.
Abstract objects. Okay.
Right, but
Now-
it is.
now,
Yeah,
Do you accept the law of excluded middle?
I do in most cases. Yes.
Immediately after, like, I don't want to talk about math. That's abstract. Do you accept the law of excluded middle? If I were telling you, I'd be like, nah, it's abstract. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, in most cases. So the law of excluded middle is not universally true?
No, 100% it is not. So have you ever heard of the liars?
Did you hear that? It's not universally true. What about the law of excluded middle indicates truth? It's an inference rule that can help with truth because it'll conform consistently. But just because you have something like that conforms to that kind of an inference rule doesn't necessarily mean, like, you've got something solid. Now, granted, I mean, when it comes to classical logic, what they'll say is like, it's a little simpler than that. It's not modus ponens. You're not throwing it in there. Something either is or it isn't. But the trick behind this is to understand that this is prescriptive in the sense that this kind of logic wouldn't necessarily apply to other things that we might explore, not only scientifically but also philosophically. So there would be cases in which he seems to think, a lot of these apologists seem to think this, that if you've got those three, the law of identity, the law of the non-excluded middle, and the other one, if you have those in there, you are confined to them. It's a law that dictates how you have to think about things. And I think that's because they probably read somewhere that those things are prescriptive, and that prescriptive in the sense they're guiding your thinking towards a topic. But you wouldn't necessarily apply classical logic to everything. There are cases where it would be inappropriate to do so. And he seems to be thinking like, well, this is just inescapable. Okay. But even if it's not, claim that it's not. We're dealing with the law of excluded middle. His take on this was not something like, there either is time or there isn't. His thing is, temporal events necessarily entail eternality, which necessarily entails a creator God. And again, all three of those things lined up would not just be a direct dichotomy. It's either all of this or none of this. That's not going to work.
This paradox.
Yeah, I've had a PhD philosophy present that to me, and the liar's paradox is that it's not coherent. Okay, when it says
Right. So some propositions can neither be true or false, neither true nor false.
Okay, the liar's paradox, when it says this sentence is a lie, what does this sentence refer to?
It's referring to the person behind whoever's making said statement.
No. This sentence is a lie.
Right.
The statement, this sentence, what does that refer to? What does that quantify?
That sentence is a lie.
Is this sentence meaning this sentence, or this sentence is a lie?
Has he stroked out? I think, Simus, if you're still watching this, you were concerned about his health and how much longer we had, his ticker had dealing with this. I'm kind of wondering if maybe an O-ring blew sometime, the night before he had this conversation, because this is remarkable. The point of that paradox is this sentence is a lie. It's referring directly to the sentence just uttered. The fact that he's trying to turn this into something, I hate to use the term, but this is really childish. This would be like getting into an argument. Well, do they mean this sentence is a lie, or are they talking about? No, kid.
I'm not sure.
Okay, then you need to dropping the liar's paradox. I had a PhD in atheism drop that on me, and he failed just like you failed. Okay. So the liar's paradox, presenting it is a fail, an attempt to vitiate.
Yeah, catch you later, me. Thanks for the fun. I have to go take my parents' dog to donkey camp while they're out of town. Donkey camp? Okay. Hopefully that's fun for the dog.
The law of excluded middle. Okay. So do you accept the or statement that either temporal states necessarily indicate the eternal or not? Do you accept that?
From your point of view, I would say yes, but from a agnostic's point of view, it would be a no.
I don't know what Tony means there by that. That's not really helpful. Space Lord says the problem of self-reference. I'm actually pressing some coffee right now. Yeah, by the way, if anybody heard like the trickling of water, that was not me using the John. I was filling up a coffee maker myself, making some Turkish stuff. The monk says that. Okay, I wondered if that's who he was talking about when he said philosophers. Alex Malpass dropped the liar's paradox on Darth, and he did the same stupid thing. But yeah, that's. I can see why people would ignore him after that. I mean, at that point, if I was having a conversation with him and he dropped it, I'd be like, okay, you don't understand the liar's paradox just from the jump, or you're trying to manipulate it in such an obviously stupid way as to render it so completely just to make it irrelevant from the beginning. That doesn't mean that, like, this is interesting. Like, what he does is he mangles it, misunderstands it, mangles it like he does understand it, and then claims it's a failure. I mean, narcissism is a hell of a drug.
We're not talking about agnosticism either. Do you understand? It's either A or not. Okay. Now you are taking the not position, right? Your position is that temporal states do not necessarily indicate the eternal,
which does not an eternal that also necessarily entails your creator God. It was 3 components. Now he's dropped it to 2. So it's getting a little bit better. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to, okay, so here's the thing. Temporal events necessarily entail the eternal. What are you talking about?
That's not a statement of that's not a statement of agnosticism. Okay.
Yeah, dildo. It's not. I mean, it's drip coffee. I'm just making it out of a basic coffee maker, so it's not Turkish in the sense that the grounds are in the bottom of the cup. But I did get this stuff. I'd heard about it. It's called. I think I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's called Hawaij or something like that. Hawaij, and it's popular in Turkey and parts of the Middle East and Northern Africa. And it's a spice blend of ginger, cardamom, allspice, and cloves. And you add that to the coffee grounds with a tiny amount of sea salt, and then brew the coffee that way, and you get this really warming, nice cup of coffee. Yesterday I did it, and I added way too much, and the combination of those in a dark roast got kind of bitter. So I forgot to add the salt to kind of mellow it out.
And by the way, if you want to discuss agnosticism, I'm well prepared to discuss that as well.
I do like tea too, bro. Hi. My favorite lately has been kind of like an English breakfast, but with cardamom tea. And I think the place that I usually get it, it's like an Assam tea or a Ceylon, and it has cardamom mixed in with the leaves. Delicious. Sorry, it's morning. It's breakfast time. I've got food on my mind.
But the bottom line here is this: I gave you my rationale. You said it's a non sequitur, which means you're going to have to establish the possibility of the alternative. You have to establish its possibility.
Why does he have to establish the possibility of the alternative when the alternative is just negated? There might be plenty of alternatives, but the idea that Darth is saying is, well, you need to establish the possibility that that's not the case. Fine, but Darth hasn't actually really established that it should be the case. He's just insisted temporal events necessarily entail the eternal. Oh, in what sense? I don't think he even understands the commitment that he's making with the words he's using. If you wanted to say, well, the fact that we exist in time or temporal events occur and we experience them, it kind of suggests that there's a possibility of an existence in which we're not confined to time, or other beings may not be confined to time. Like, okay, as a hypothetical, a theoretical, a suggestion, an exercise in imagination, true. But that's not what Darth is saying. Darth is saying temporal events necessarily entail eternality, which means that eternality is unavoidable. And the only thing that he's given to actually suggest that is because temporal events need to be in context. And somehow they would lack context in a non-eternal something, which doesn't make sense because our reality is bound by temporal events. It has a beginning, it's currently happening, it will have an end. We have a future, and then it will have an end at some point. Heat, death of the universe, something like that. Possibly, maybe, unless we find out that time works a little bit different than we think. But this idea here is like, well, no, it has to be contextualized by the eternal. I don't understand why eternality contextualizes temporal events, other than to say we have the capacity to imagine a reality or something outside the bounds of temporal events.
That is possible.
By the way, good morning, Darth Dawkins debunked. Yes, he picks and chooses from Van Til, Bonson, and whoever, even appealing to non-Christian sources, philosophers, and scientists, whatever he can pick from the that aligns with his presupposition. Yeah, he does. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Also, hello, John Fapiano. Good to see you too. Everybody's making coffee right now.
Possible. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, if you establish its possibility, okay, then you will have established that I'm giving a non sequitur. Can you establish the possibility that temporal states do not indicate the eternal? Can you defend the possibility?
No, again, so
Defend the possibility that there isn't an eternality? Sure. Oh, and actually, the possibility here is just that all you have to defend is that temporal events don't necessarily entail the eternal. You could still have eternality, but it's not that temporal events exist that they necessarily entail it. That's the connection I don't understand he's trying to make.
Okay, then
I
you
mean,
can't establish that I've given a non sequitur then.
okay, I get what you're
Your
getting at. I get
Your
what you're getting.
accusation that I've issued a non sequitur is without merit. It's without support.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I made my case.
No, because if you wanted to get back to the original one, Darth's original one, temporal events necessarily entail the eternal, because without the eternal, temporal events lack contextuality, and the eternal necessarily entails the creator God that Darth claims exists per his conventions and concepts. You could make cases that those don't follow.
For God. Now, what is your position? Are you you say you're an agnostic?
Yeah, so that proposition though, it's okay, it's irrespective of my belief, but I believe it is irrespective of your belief too. It's when you
I'm not understanding your way.
That's true. Apologies, Cocos. For some viewers who are watching 5 or 6 hours ahead, coffee. Well, unless you're having post-dinner coffee, I don't know.
What you're saying.
Yeah, so when you're basically telling me there is either an even or odd number of molecules in my water, sure, I can agree with that. But when you're talking about God and the God dilemma, I don't believe it's that simple, and I don't think it's fair to use philosophy to.
Thomas Martin, non-delay, but Precept King is Tom Rabbit, can tell by tones, man. No, Precept King is not Tom Rabbit. I don't think. Precept King is P. Mars. His avatar is Jesus walking next to a 10 speed, and P. Mars' previous name, or maybe it still is his name, on Discord he goes by Precept King. On Clubhouse he used to go by E-Bike Jesus, and he would occasionally, that avatar would show up. So that's why I'm fairly certain that is P. Mars.
To try to justify that. It feels like you're leading me somewhere, but I don't believe it's.
I'm partially understanding it, but I'm not quite understanding what you're getting at.
Well, I'm getting at. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting at that you need better reasoning for me to believe in God, and philosophy isn't it.
Okay, are you with that?
That's kind of a strong claim. He's like, the kind of stuff that you're arguing, philosophy isn't it, and he believes that some of the stuff doesn't really entail. I think he's got a good point there, in the sense that ultimately this wouldn't get Darth Dawkins to the God that he really believes in, which was what Tony asked him. He said, "You're a God believer. What makes you believe in a God?" It's interesting that Darth's answer to this question from the very beginning, I should have pointed this out, was an argument. Temporal events exist. Temporal events necessarily indicate the existence of the eternal, because without the eternal, temporal events would have no context. We would lack contextuality to, I don't know, understand them or something. I don't know how that's a thing. And the eternal necessarily entails a creator God. Okay. Can you point to the section of the Bible that supports what you're talking about? Because normally, what you're supposed to say, the reason that you believe in God, is that you've accepted Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, and he's forgiven you of your sins. Jesus came and lived and died for us and was raised again. He defeated sin, and belief in him and following his teachings, you can attain everlasting life. That's the Johannine Christian version of it, but that's essentially it. So the reason that you should believe in God from a Christian perspective is that there's this thing called special revelation, which can be direct communication with God or direct revelation from his angels or his prophets or whatever. But for most of us in the here and now, special revelation is largely confined to exposure to the Bible. The reason that you believe in God is supposed to be the Bible, not an argument for temporal states entailing eternality. So this sort of seems like Dawkins is not being he's not being honest about his faith, or he doesn't have a faith. He has admitted that he doesn't that he has not had a subjective kind of religious experience, which is interesting because oftentimes with MacGruber in the past, he had done this kind of thing like, great, I've got you to a point where you've conceded that this kind of deistic or theistic thing has to exist per my little arguments based on either temporality or based on like, you can't ground your facts without an eternal creator being. And then go on about you have to hit rock bottom, drop to your knees, get desperate, realize you're a scumbag, and beg God not to kill you. Not his words, but that's essentially how he puts it. Beg God to have mercy on you, and beg for your life. Because if you don't, he's going to get you. And Darth has actually used the words that his God is coming back to get people, to get some people. Like he's coming back like Charlie Bronson in the Death Wish movies. Like it's going to be bad. So his notion of faith is a little cocked up. And he has not admitted to having that experience. When people ask him about his subjective faith experience, he claims he never had it. No come to Jesus moment, no time at the altar, no beam of light, no sudden epiphany while in the shower. It doesn't seem to ever happen like that. He got there because Darth's got that brain. The big Darth Gary Dawkins brain led him to Jesus, led him to the correct conclusions. And he's here to let everyone else know that as long as you think like Gary, you're probably going to get to heaven. And if you don't, you're going to get Charlie Bronson by the big Yahweh with a gun, the Jesus that comes back with an iron rod looking to, Walker, Texas Ranger everybody into hell. So lots of problems with this. This is kind of consistent with some things that I've heard about. A person that claimed to be a relative of his made claims about that relative said he was a Christian. The relative was a Christian and actually sent this documentation, things about presuppositional apologetics and reformed theology and things, passed that literature on to Gary, Darth Dawkins. And then from there, Darth got basically launched into this stuff. And it seems to confirm to me that Darth does not attend a church, is not part of a Christian community. This is not he's not even a Lone Ranger Christian. This is a Gollum style Christian. He lives in a dirty mountain in the cold and in the dark, and he pops out of his hole like a spider and seizes things and then drags them down in there and sucks the life-giving moisture out of them. Like that's pretty much all he does. This is, Christianity if you're a cave-dwelling spider. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little evocative. The coffee's kicking in.
Out belief in God.
I believe it's possible.
No, I didn't ask you if it was possible. I said, are you without a positive affirmation that God exists?
I live my life assuming that there is a God.
Okay, so you do believe God exists.
No, but I live my life.
Okay, so you don't believe God. You don't believe God exists then.
See what I mean? So you don't believe, but you do believe. No, you don't believe, but you do believe. I 100% don't believe. I 100% do believe. Like this is a guy that doesn't understand certainty or credence or any of this kind of stuff, and those things are kind of on a spectrum. Like I don't believe in God. If somebody were to ask me my credence on this, I would say that based on what I've seen and heard from arguments, from evidence, lack of evidence, things like that, I'm about 98% certain that the kind of God that somebody like Darth is trying to define into existence not only doesn't exist, but can't. It has too many contradictions. It just doesn't. Am I, now, how certain am I? What is my credence in thinking that no higher power of any kind exists? That's a lot lower. If you end up finding out that there's some kind of like fourth dimensional octopi that happen to govern reality, or we live inside the brain, we're a parasite inside the brain of a space whale. And most of our thoughts in reality is actually like some kind of acid flashback that it's having. And it just kind of lives with. I mean, there's lots of different things that you could imagine being more ultimate or being transcendent with the reality that we're currently in. So, but Darth is like, you do believe in it. You don't believe in it. Okay, so you do believe in it, or you don't believe in it. No, somebody could be like, I think there might be one, but I definitely don't think that what's being described, say, in the Old Testament or the New Testament or both is accurate. I think they believed in God. They had some sense of it. I don't know that they were on the right track either.
I believe it's possible, but what
I didn't ask you that question. Okay. Do you affirm that God exists?
excuse me. Well, hold on. First off, when we say that, we have to keep in mind of how many gods there are. So how would you justify to me to believe in, say, your God? So
okay,
you can't.
So what you're doing now is you're doing a classic bait and switch. You may not realize you're doing it, but you're going from global atheism to local atheism. Now, I asked you a direct question. Do you have a positive belief that God exists?
I do not.
You do not. Okay. Now, do you take the position that God does not exist, or do you stake out the claim that you're suspending judgment?
Okay, so again, he's doing this, and I've done whole videos covering this when he was running around with us. There's two things happening here. One is what Tony W actually believes, what he's convinced of, kind of his credence levels and certain, his degrees of certainty about certain things. And the other would be his position being taken in this discussion. Like, so philosophically, is he going to take the position, with Darth, like there either is a God or there isn't one? I guess for the purposes of discussion, if Tony W is more skeptical of the existence of a God as being stipulated or being defined here by Darth, then Darth's probably taking the position that it does exist, and Tony would be taking the opposite position, that it's not the case, that it exists. But if you're talking about, okay, are you agnostic? Are you withholding judgment? For the purposes of having a philosophical debate about it, there's nothing that you can really do with that, because those are two different things. One is to ask somebody to take a position regarding this proposition of whether God or God doesn't exist for the purposes of having the discussion. The second is, what's your actual belief? What do you tend to be convinced of? And if somebody like Tony is like, well, I'm kind of agnostic, at least in the sense I've seen things that might indicate that there's a higher power, but I'm not convinced that it's the kind of higher power as described by, say, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, whatever. There wouldn't be anything wrong with doing that. So Darth doesn't even understand how he's muddying the waters here. This is from a guy that likes to be clear and concise and circumspect, and he's just not doing that. I did want to read this one from John. God is so mysterious that he hid the supernatural to make it look as if naturalism is true. But nope, you're wrong. Straight to hell. It kind of reminds me of that character from Parks and Recreation, the guy from Venezuela, played by Fred Armisen. The reason Venezuela works so well? Jail. You overcook chicken, straight to jail. You undercook fish, straight to jail. That's why everything works. Jail. Thank you very much for the super chat. Eagles fan 88. At the end of the day, DD is an absolute pro at shifting the burden of proof. If DD is claiming God, then prove God. One doesn't have to defend their non-belief in unicorns or spaghetti monsters. Yeah, and that's the biggest thing that lately I've been seeing when people talk to him on Discord, is that he's very good at just sort of like, here's what I think. Do you agree with me or not? And they're like, yeah, no. Okay, tell me why all of what I just said is false. And it's like, that's not necessarily what I had a problem with. You said all that kind of stuff in response to a question about whether or not you believe in God. And then you laid that out. Yeah, I think God exists because temporal events exist and they entail eternality, because without eternality, temporal events are contextualless, contextless. And oh, by the way, that eternal aspect thing, that necessarily entails the God that I believe in that you asked me about. Okay. So I was looking for John 3:16, but all right.
That's a good question. I
Well,
suspend
there's
judgment.
only okay. So what you're claiming then is that you're an agnostic, then, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's only two possible worlds. There's the God world and the not God world.
No, not really. There either is a God or there isn't a God. The God world or the not God world doesn't seem to really take. At least, I guess you can throw this one out there, but it's gotten so bad that it really doesn't make any sense. Mostly because if he tries to say, okay, there is a God world and a not God world. Those are two different things, right? There either is a God world or there isn't one. I want to be very careful about this because I might get this wrong, and if I do, please correct me. Either there is a God world or there isn't a God world. The opposite of that isn't there's a world with no gods. And that seems to be what Darth likes to do. There either is a world with God or there is a world with no God. That's it. That's not the dichotomy. That's not how you would phrase it, because then you leave yourself open to other alternatives. No, you could have a world with some gods, or you could have a world where they had gods, past tense, and the gods died. Or you could have a world in which they will get gods. Gods will evolve somehow. So the dichotomy is there is a God world or there isn't one at all. You have the thing or you lack the thing. It's not you have the thing with God or you have the thing without a God. No, you could have a thing with tons of gods or sub-gods, or the thing itself could be a god, etc., etc., etc. I had an omelet, the game. I fried some homemade hash brown patties for breakfast. They're delicious. Yeah, I had a veggie omelet and some American fries. Pretty good.
Okay. Now, within the framework of the God world, all facts would derive and depend and necessitate referencing God. In the not
Gur, there's a link up there if you want to jump in. If you got any questions, concerns, comments, I know you do. But you'll probably just keyboard warrior it there in the live chat. Whatever. Anyway, good to see you.
God world, all facts would be without referencing the necessity of God. So, without sounding condescending, because you're an educated man, do you understand the relationship between facts and the model of reality? Facts will either be with reference to the necessity of God or without.
Yes, if you're taking the assumption that there is a God, though, you're already assuming.
No. We're not discussing right now the actuality of God. What we're saying is that when we invoke facts, facts will either be contextualized explicitly or implicitly with reference to the necessity of God.
No, they're not. That doesn't matter. And I don't understand why. I've ranted about this before. The implicitly, explicitly thing doesn't really make sense.
Or without.
Fair.
It's a true dichotomy.
That's fair.
Now, when you invoke facts, do you explicitly or implicitly reference the necessity of God? Do you do that?
I would say I do.
Okay, then you are affirming the existence of God.
By that logic, I would be. No, you're completely right.
And then you're
I don't know that I'm following this. Jody says local versions of God are global versions and vice versa. Just about every local claim about a God makes some kind of universal claim about worlds / gods. That's what irks me about the argument. Yeah, I mean, anybody can make this claim. And the fact that Darth kind of thinks he's special, like he's coming at this from the big brain perspective. It's like, if I were, you have this discussion with anybody who's a devout believer in any other kind of faith tradition, they kind of give you the same thing. And if you took that person, like, oh, hang on, put a pin in that, grabbed them, like, here's my friend Darth Dawkins, tell him what you just told me, and then watch the sparks fly. Be hilarious. Oh, I see how it is. To my mom always told me not to give in to peer pressure. It's not peer pressure. I'm simply saying the link is pinned up there should you decide you want to come in. There's no pressure. If you don't want to come in, I will take that as an indication. It necessarily entails that you hate me. That's all. Nope, no pressure.
Then you're not an agnostic, because an agnostic claims not to affirm God's existence.
Yeah, you're completely right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that is really good.
Wait,
Okay.
hang on.
Like
How
an
did he win this
agnostic.
guy over?
Okay, then you are affirming the existence of God,
By that logic, I would be. No, you're
the necessity of God.
fair.
It's we're not discussing right now the actuality of God. What we're saying is that when we invoke facts, facts will either be contextualized explicitly or implicitly with reference to the necessity of God, or without.
No.
Fair.
Why is that fair, Tony?
It's a true
Yes.
dichotomy.
It's
Okay.
fair.
That's not a true. How is that a true dichotomy? You're either referring to God explicitly or implicitly, or you're not referring to God not explicitly or not implicitly. You got too many moving parts on this for it to be a true dichotomy, for one. And also, again, this is directly conflating epistemology with ontology. This doesn't make any sense. A sinner that claims to not know God or has not experienced revelation, depending on whatever kind of religious worldview you have, doesn't realize that there's a God or denies the existence of that God, but affirms that God's very existence every time it says something about the world around him, because in that world, it is true that everything in the world is dependent upon that being. So the worldview that God created everything is being affirmed explicitly by believers who are like, yes, thank God for this harvest. Thank God for our family. Thank God for our great weather. And implicitly by the non-believer who says the exact same things. The difference is a noetic effect of sin. Like, these people either are deluded into thinking there is no God, or they are quote unquote denying God in unrighteousness, however that works. Different Christians seem to have different takes on this. They're in denial in a Freudian sense, or they're just hard-hearted, or, like Darth believes at some point in their neurological development, they had to make a choice. God exists, God doesn't exist, and they just, accept that God exists, acknowledge his existence, or deny it like an idiot. And they deny it like an idiot and then go forward. And that's what Romans 1 is talking about, because Darth has a completely cocked up idea of faith, neurology, the cognitive sciences, human development, everything else. Like, it's a belief that I'm not exaggerating when I tell you this. He does believe that at some point you hit a stage where you either acknowledge the existence of God, or you stick your head in your sand and you deny him. And that determines how things go from there on out. It's batshit. Well. Looky what we have here. Morning, Dirk.
Yes, I would like a side of fries with my order. Or do I need to repeat the order?
Wrong number. Actually, if you could in the private chat, just put in some credit card numbers along with the security codes, please and thank you.
Do you need my social security as well? Yeah, just asking, just in case I need to give that.
You never know. Yeah, I'm gonna run a couple background checks on you and stuff. Yeah, credit check.
Well, nothing to see there. You can move on.
Okay.
So, how long have you been? Have you only been watching this one video, or is there multiple videos you've been watching?
Well, I had the link in there, and so I've been talking to some people. So yeah, it's just been this one. So I've already been on for an hour and 43 minutes, and yeah, I've made it 15 minutes into this.
Okay, that's why I was asking, because I'm looking at the screen. I see, okay, he's only been watching for 15 minutes, but he's been streaming for an hour and 44 minutes.
Well, when I started it, I realized I'm like, this is going to be a long one. I'll probably be on for a while. I'm going to pin the link in the chat so that if people want to pop in, and I kind of left instructions like, hey, if you're interested, I should have put it in the description. Like, hey, if you want to pop in and ask questions or anything like that. It wasn't meant to be like, hey, everybody come in and then we'll turn it into a group chat, because then it would have gone nowhere. It was
Oh,
more like,
that's yeah.
it's
That's true.
there if you want to ask me a question, just to do something different, because usually I do these for like 45 minutes to an hour and a half, and then other than engaging
And
with the
now
live
you're
chat.
over an hour and a half.
Well, this is a Saturday one. I figured this one might go
Okay.
on for 3 hours. Yeah.
So my question is, what's your favorite color? No, I'm just kidding. So
It's
Hi-
green, but all right.
so what I'm curious about is how people still try to interact with Darth Dawkins, even other Christians. Like, he doesn't seem to like. So I just don't understand how he still gets people in to talk to him, because it's like he doesn't seem to like anybody, especially atheists, obviously.
Yeah, I'm always surprised when I see a different username in one of Tom Rabbit's titles. Like, oh yeah, Darth Dawkins had a chat with like Tony W in this case, and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? It's always Discord.
Oh yeah,
People
yeah.
people end up in some chat basement over in Discord, and then they're like, hey, have you gone to the atheist helpline? It's run by this snarling lunatic named Darth Dawkins. Why don't you go in there and say hi? And they're like, hey, Darth, why are you a Christian? And now Darth's got this guy into thinking like, oh yeah, I guess I do. I do either explicitly or implicitly affirm or deny the existence of God when I invoke facts. Like, wait, which one of which one? Like, I don't think you really.
I've never understood that whole idea that if you don't have God, you can't have facts. I understand trying to ground knowledge, I guess, from like a epistemology point of view, I guess, but I just don't understand why that's necessary, and I especially don't understand how it makes any sense when you get to the bottom of it, because it's like, okay, the Earth revolves around the sun. That there is truth to that claim, but where does God come in to make it true? How does invoking claims in truthful, like validity, how does that where does God come into that? It just doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
Yeah, and not only that, but if you can be wrong about something, like what would be the point of even trying to invoke things like sin, where people are just sort of, intrinsically flawed and broken, that we need salvation from God, but you're going to try to come up with this thing like, in a way, it was a way, I think, for some Christians to try to do this thing like, well, here's the thing. We've acknowledged that we're sinning pieces of crap, and we've acknowledged that we need Jesus. So now that we've got Jesus and we got some of that Holy Spirit up in us, now we're red-pilled about reality. And the only way that you can be red-pilled about reality is if you get that Holy Spirit up in you. And so, like, if they're trying to do it that way, where it's just this kind of weird, like, get jumped in with the gang kind of logic, like that, I would almost respect that more. But instead, it's like this: you can't ground reality when you talk about this kind of stuff. And it's like, that's just bullshit. Of course they can. They're just going to ground it in something else. And they're like, well, you're not grounding it in my God, so you're not grounding it at anything. I'm like, well, that's your fucking claim. That's not what you said. It's just weak sauce. Like, well, at first it's like you can't ground it in anything. I'm like, well, I just grounded it in like 3 things. Like,
grounded
how do you
in these nuts?
Yeah,
Sorry.
grounded in your mama. This notion that it's like, well, okay, why don't you believe in it? Well, empirically, I don't see good evidence for the existence of God. Rationally or rhetorically, just going with like a rationalist perspective, I haven't heard or seen any good arguments that would convince me that there's a God. So I can ground it in one or both of those. And they're like, nah. It's like, you have to use God to deny God. Like, oh, so I need, and that's why he's always about the alternative. Present an alternative that is equal to or greater than the God that I'm dealing with, because that's the only thing that would work.
Right. And I do think that one reason why Darth and other pre-suppers like him do this thing, because they don't want to talk about Jesus, as we all know. They despise talking about Jesus. They only want to try to intellectually beat up atheists just because it makes them feel better. I'm psychoanalyzing here, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Well, I mean, that's sort of like the first line. That's where you're going to go, and that's what. And if it's like a gang, that's where you go and get blooded. You know,
Right.
yeah, I spent some time in the
Initiation.
Discord. Yeah, I spent some time in the Discord wars. Yeah, I was out there 2 tours with those
Didn't sleep
skeptics.
for
Holy
3
shit!
days.
One of them
It
almost had
was-
me thinking I was an existentialist. I had night
And
sweats for
then
years.
to make matters worse, my mom made me French toast when I said I want scrambled eggs. Oh, it's a hard life.
I had to pray for weeks to forgive her for that. Knock, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey, what up, y'all? I came to
Good.
spoil your little GER party.
I just got here.
And I had to say that if he didn't come in, it necessarily entailed that he hates me.
Yeah, I was like, I want to let it go. It's that way he thinks that I hate him, but I can't do it.
Yeah, GER wants everybody on his channel, but he don't want to go on other people's channels.
Yeah, well, I don't even really do my channel that much anymore. I mean, sometimes. But
Well,
yeah, I'm mostly a keyboard warrior, a chat rat.
I haven't been doing my channel at all, but I do have I jumped in because of your question about why do people talk to Darth?
Yeah.
I went in and I talked to Brett Keane again last night for several hours,
I'm sorry.
and I haven't been around. And somebody asked me in a comment on one of the videos I have up on the Raging Atheist, like, why do you still hang out with Brett Keane? Don't you know what he is? And my response was, yeah, he's a human being. I enjoy talking to Darth Dawkins. I love it. I know a lot of people don't understand my approach to Darth, and it's usually sarcasm mounted upon sarcasm. But I mean, if I'm talking to people that agree with everything or aren't challenging me or aren't being a dick like I'm being a dick, it's kind of boring. And that's why I still every time I have a chance to talk to Darth, I talk to him.
You're a
Have you
sadomasochist.
Have you talked to him recently, Nick?
The last time was a few months ago on Brett Keane's channel. He followed me over there. He wanted to have a conversation, and I think it took about an hour and a half for him to realize that every single answer I gave him was just sarcastic bullshit. And I'm sitting there like laughing as hard as I can, and he's still not getting it. I'm like, dude, don't you realize I'm just not taking this seriously right now?
I don't know if that was. I think I may have covered that one.
Yeah, I think you did. I think I saw your review of it. You and Jay both.
I think Skylar Fiction tried talking to Darth yesterday. I don't know if he got kicked out of the room. He probably got kicked out of the room.
Wasn't that an old? I saw part of it. I think it was an older one because he had like issues.
No, he had done it before, but then yesterday, as I'm at work, but I scrolling through my YouTube and I see that Skylar Fiction said debating God with Darth or trying to get into Darth's
tricking him again or something,
Discord or
something like that.
something.
Right? Yeah,
I think
yeah.
so.
I'm a bit behind because I've been working so much. I just haven't been around, but I kind of switched jobs, so I'm hoping to have at least a little more weekend time so I can kind of catch up with everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. You've been doing a lot of overtime then?
Oh yeah, I was doing 7 days a week for about a month and a half, and it got to the point it's like fuck this. So I went down the road to a different plant, and now I work 10 hours a day, but I should have my weekends off.
Well, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, because I haven't been around for like at least 2 months. I haven't done nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think that I think you did I think you've got another video or two more recent than the one with Darth, and after that it's been been quiet over there. So, well, that's good. I mean, hopefully this other job gives you a little bit more free time. You can
Oh yeah, I'm hoping. I miss arguing with people. it gets boring.
I'm going to read this one from Pat. Jefferson, Darth runs the script in order to avoid any discussion of evidence for his God. At the end of the day, Darth has a few lines of argumentation, and beyond those, he flounders badly. Yeah. Well,
yeah, I've never had a conversation about about Jesus with Darth Dawkins. It's always been like, grounded morality.
Anytime anyone has tried, he won't do it.
The only time he seems to bring up Jesus is like in the same context he'll bring up Saint Stephen. Is that he uses it to justify his behavior when somebody is like, hey, don't you think you're being abusive? Oh yeah, what about that time Jesus went Patrick Swayze on the temple and tipped over the tables and shit? Like, okay, first of all, you ain't Jesus. Second of all, even more, you ain't no Patrick Swayze.
And if you were Jesus, we would nail you down. Or up.
And I think that's the thing I like about Darth is like he makes me appear calm, right? So
Yeah.
he's a good person
That's
to
true.
stand next to.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
point.
It's weird to see somebody who is essentially acting out like cage stage Calvinism without actually getting into any reformed theology that cage stage Calvinists would usually throw at somebody. Like he's just doing this philoso bro BS, and it's like I could you could just sit there and agree with him all the time. Yeah, sure, okay, yep, all right, tracks. Well, you know what? You got me, Gary. I believe in God now. I'm heading straight over to the synagogue. You want anything?
Got by
I think I
Gary.
told him that the last time I talked to him. I'm like, well, Darth, it's been like, the longest conversation we ever had, which was like 40 minutes. I was like, I think I believe in God now, and he's the sole reason for my conversion. It was nothing else. It was Darth Dawkins and his ranting.
By a Roadhouse Temple. I think that would be hilarious. You got like Tito and Tarantula performing in a cage because there's so many needles and bottles flying at the wall. What do you guys come here for? Oh, this is our place of worship. Doc, that's a bucket of blood.
It's like from dusk till dawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Where Darth would just be, I don't know what he'd be in from dusk till dawn. Probably the first guy who gets shot and eaten. Yeah, probably.
He's the guy, he's like the Paul Reiser character from Aliens that shuts the, he leaves the room and locks the Marines in for the aliens to kill and impregnate. Like he's that guy. He just seems like it.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain he was in Dusk Till Dawn. He was the guy that went in and threw the coffee in the bartender's face before the movie started.
Yeah, that would be it. That would be him. Like, has Darth?
How do you ground your coffee, sir? What do you ground your?
You gotta grind and ground your coffee, sir. But, yeah, I liked it. Anytime, the few times I've seen atheists try to bring up Jesus, how he's just like, oh no, we're here to talk about your worldview. And how every excuse in the book will be used to avoid talking about Jesus. The number one thing that you would think a Christian would think would be important, but
yeah,
they just.
Well, yeah,
I think it's the same way with Kent Hovind. He doesn't want to talk about Jesus because he just wants to try his best to poke holes in evolution. It's like, well, you're not getting anywhere, but okay.
Well, I think he's the classic example of what I always said. I've always said that I don't really think most Christians actually believe in Jesus. They just say they do, or they might even think that they do. But like, if they really thought like that dude existed and came back and he's like really God, then I think they do a lot more to be more like him. And Darth is like the epitome of not like Jesus, right? So he's the staple child for what I've always said.
Well, this is why the Bible is this open buffet mentality. You can just pick the parts that you like. Oh, Jesus was kind of being a jerk here. So, yes, I'm going to use him as a justification for how I'm a jerk to everyone. And then if somebody is a nice person, they see Jesus say, turn the other cheek, and they say, yeah, I'm also like that. Like their behavior is already there. They're just justifying it.
Yeah. I definitely don't think, especially like atheists, and especially me, for the longest time, I would talk about hippie Jesus and how Jesus was liberal and stuff. But like honestly, he was kind of both. He was progressive for his time, and he was a dick for his time. And I had somebody comment about Jesus in one of my videos, and they were talking about how people, Christians need to be more like Jesus. And I'm like, well, Jesus condemned people just like modern Christians do. I mean, all you really have to do is look at the Jews in power at the time. Like he pretty much hated those people.
Well, not only that, but it depends on which one you're talking about, because like in Matthew, the way he ends up getting portrayed, he's like kind of super rabbi.
Yeah.
And he's doubling down on the law, and that's where the part where you're like, hey, they said that you could get a divorce, but I'm telling you right now, you look at that guy's wife with lust in your heart, and you might as well have fucked her. Like, oh, okay, psycho. Like that's the craziest shit I've ever heard. But then by the time
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. By the time you get into John, he's a very different dude. So, but the one thing across most of his ministries, in any of the ones that he was talking about, whether he was like, in Matthew, like there's parts in Matthew where he's actually Matthew and Mark where he's basically talking about like, why would I talk to the Gentiles, like casting pearls before swine, stuff like that. Like the message isn't for them. This message is for the chosen people. Like he's clearly a Jewish teacher. By the time you get to John, that stuff kind of gets ironed away. And then it's sort of like, it's a more universal message. But across the through point through that is he's always about taking care of the needy, seeing to the hungry, that kind of stuff. And that always seems to get ignored.
Yeah, and that was kind of like the main point of Jesus to me when I was a Christian, was like he was the guy that hung out with the vagabonds and the thieves and the prostitutes, right? He wasn't the guy like sitting on his high horse in judgment of everybody. But then, as you get into it, and he does change, but he does a lot of that as well, of sitting on his high horse and judging everybody. But I know like the passages about, when Jesus is talking about marriage and infidelity and, just looking at another woman or thinking of her with lust is adultery. That's one of my favorite passages to use with Christians in the real world when they're being adamant about Jesus and their faith. And I'm like, have you ever had sex out of marriage? Because according to Jesus, you're going straight to hell.
Yeah.
This is random, but what do we know, or what does anyone know about Darth's theology? Like, is he a Calvinist of some degree?
I think he's a Calvinist, isn't he?
No, he stated that he's not. I do want to read this real quick. Gary's more than happy to talk about Jesus, but first,
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Cocos. He stated, he's been asked several times, and I remember hearing at least once, he's like, no, he's not a Calvinist. He agrees with certain aspects of Reformed theology, but he doesn't claim to be a Calvinist. And I think it has something to do with certain aspects of like grace and things like that. But it's really hard to get him to talk about any of those kinds of things, and then more than likely he'd duck out of them. It's really fun to get somebody who's proudly Calvinist and be like, oh yeah, and then you crack your knuckles like, irresistible grace, motherfucker, let's go. And they're like, oh god, I gotta defend that part of the tulip again, oh shucks. But no, the one thing that I've heard him say, and he did this 7 years ago, however old that video is, with him and Mike Fall asks him like, kind of like, to explain like what his take on this stuff is, and he lays out like, well, here's the thing, you're born, and then you have to reach a certain point of neurological development, so your salvation is dependent on what he calls normal neurological development, and at a certain point something pops in, something goes online in your brain, and you either acknowledge and accept the reality of God, or you deny that reality. And those are the only two avenues you have. And it's a conscious neurological like choice that you make. And then from that point onward, that somehow alters the way you're going to perceive reality and interact with the world. And then he tries to turn around and conflate that with what Paul says about people denying Christ and their unrighteousness in Romans 1, even though he's getting that wrong. That I have never, when I heard that, my jaw dropped. I have never heard a Christian utter anything so goddamn stupid in my life as to say that. Like, he doesn't even understand the entailments of that. Like, okay, if it's a normal neurological development thing, what do you do with somebody who doesn't develop normally in a neurological sense? Or, as Shannon Q asked him, what if somebody is brain damaged to the point where it just irrevocably, irreparably changes them? Oh,
right.
What effect does that have on a soul? And Darth struggled to deal with what she was talking about there, because he just lays this. He has a schematic, but any variation on that schematic, he pees himself and then goes away.
Yeah, I have to say that was probably one of my favorite conversations of all time, but it does explain what's wrong with me, because I clearly haven't had any neurological development at all.
Well, that's the thing he's been leaning on lately, because everything he's been saying is necessary. It's like, dude, if the God that you're talking about exists necessarily, then the one thing about him that's necessary is that he's personal and he's a revelatory being. If you find one person that legitimately tells you like that God has not been revealed to them, Like that they don't get it.
Mhm.
Like God has not been revealed to me. That means that not only that entails that not only does your God not exist, but it can't, because it necessarily revealed
Right.
itself to people.
It falsifies it.
What he'll lean back on is like, no, 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 no. You've seen trees, therefore God's been revealed to you, at least in general revelation, and also this neurological trick that happens where you were supposed to make that decision. So like, no, bro, like, was that
You know,
special revelation? Because if that's the case, you didn't need a Bible. And if you didn't need a Bible, something's up with you.
I was just going to
Hmm.
say, why even debate atheists? Why even have missionaries if everyone already knows or believes or has the option because they have the revelation by looking at the goddamn trees?
Well, if you think about it, it's perfect for Darth because there's only two types of people in the world: those that have accepted quote unquote the truth and are right by definition, and those who need to have their asses kicked because they're obstinate and just insisting that that stuff's not true, even though they know better. So Darth's job is to pull them over like the philosophy cop that he is, and then brutally beat them along the side of the highway. Like that's his job. That's what he has.
Philosophy cop.
Yeah.
That,
No, if I ever hear A is not A again, I'm gonna kill myself. I swear to God.
I swear, Gary, you bring up classical logic one more time, I'm going out the window. I am diving out my front door. I'm running down the road. I'm naked right now, Gary, and I will not put clothes on. I will run out my door that fast.
Like
Do not bring up-
it's been like the core of every argument I've had with the guy for the last 5 years is, does A equal A? And I'm like, motherfucker, this again. Like,
That's when you just like, oh, I've been doing my dishes, Gary. Could you repeat that again? Jesus.
What kind of soap do you recommend, Gary? Gary, what type of detergent do I need for my dishes? I don't know because I'm an atheist. I can't ground any knowledge. So you can tell me what type of detergent I need.
Just A equal A. What can the law of identity tell me about getting this nasty ass smell out of my garbage disposal, Gary?
Oh, that's funny. I know it's one of like my favorite things now because you know I've talked about like this experience that I've had, and it only really makes sense to me, and I mess up every time I try to explain it. But you know, like when I was approached by whatever mental breakdown that I had, um, you know, like it didn't come with a calling card, and that's been my question. I asked the Christians I was talking to last night. I'm like, how do you know it's God that you're talking to? And you know, like every single time now it's like, oh well, you know, you're at the beginning, so now we just need to bring you to Jesus. And I'm like, don't you understand? Like that's what I'm basically saying is the fact that you need to bring me to Jesus, because if there's something out there, whatever it is, it's not coming with a calling card and announcing itself. It's you're assuming something, and then you're placing all of your human assumptions upon it, and it's probably based on what you've been taught your whole life.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that Darth thinks that unbelievers are resistant believers. That whole idea
Yes.
that they believe, but they try to resist. But anytime there was this one Christian, I can't remember who it was that I spoke to. I think he was a pre-supper, and I told him, I said, listen, I'm open to believing in God. I've actually looked really hard for God, especially as I was becoming an atheist. And so why didn't God reveal himself to me? And his response was, well, you probably just weren't praying hard enough.
I was Jesus. I was in Simus's thing yesterday, and they had Trey Jadlow in there, and I had a brief exchange with him. And at one point, he got convinced that I was going after, like, I was trying to portray God as bad. And this comes up a lot. Like, either like the skeptic is like, you think that God's bad. On what grounds are you judging him being bad, and why does that bother you? Or they do the thing like, well, wait, why does it bother you that he exists? I'm like, neither one of these things bother. Like, the fact that a higher power could exist is not something that bothers me. I'm not that weird. My issue is that if somebody says like, well, do you have a problem with the God that Darth Dawkins is defining existing? Like, yes, because the God that he's talking about is very close to being Homelander from The Boys.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
Yes.
like I don't want that thing around, and if it is and we find out it bleeds, then you have to kill it. Predator mentality all the way. Like if it bleeds, we can kill it. And if you look at that thing is going to show up and abuse the fuck out of people. Like they talk about him like he's like Grand Admiral Thrawn. He's just sitting out the edge of the galaxy. And when
Yeah.
he comes back here, guard, cover your nuts and duck, because
You-
he's looking for you, skeptic.
You wouldn't want to meet Darth's god on top of a building, especially if you were thinking maybe I'll jump. If you've seen the show,
Or
you
like-
get it.
or like make fun of like, hey, how'd all those covenants work out? You had to break quite a bit of those, laser eyed, just get fried right there.
That's always been
Michael,
my favorite argument. Is like the only thing the Christian God's really good at is failing. Like every covenant failed. The whole Jesus experiment was a giant failure. Like the world is fucked now. What good did Jesus do? Christians don't like that argument very much.
No,
Yeah.
they hate that. Like, oh, Adam and Eve, failure. Noah,
Yeah,
failure. Abraham, problematic, kind of worked. Moses, sort of a failure. Moses didn't get to go into the promised land. And God, man, Yahweh bitched about them Israelites. Like, they can't do it. They don't add up. They're not measuring up. Like, I just don't understand why they can't eat the aphid poop that I gave them and continue to burn these perfectly good cows all day and all night for me. Like, I wonder why they're raising their eyebrows at your crazy demands. Again, he's Homelander. He's weird.
Mhm.
He's either Homelander, according to Darth, or he's like a creature from a David Lynch movie. If you read some of the Old Testament, it's just like, I don't think that's a personality. It's more like an invisible shark that lurks behind the fourth wall or something. If you
yeah.
step out of bounds, it bites you.
God is Sharknado. That's what it is.
See, pillar of smoke, pillar of fire. Yeah, there's probably sharks up in there. Why not? God,
But
you
yeah,
could do
it is-
you could do such a mashup. Whoever that production company is, they should do an Old Testament movie.
Oh, that would be so much fun. My
Mhm.
God.
Yeah.
It's not like Christian movies can get any worse anyway, so at least it'd be funny. Intentionally funny, I should say. But yeah, when it comes to God and his failure, it's like, okay, he creates a bunch of people, says, I don't like these people. He floods the whole world. And then a few years later, he's like, well, now I got to destroy this city over here. Got to go raid this city over there. And then at the end, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to burn it all. And it's like, well, God, you have a terrible track record, sir. Maybe you should take a break. Go on vacation.
The thing that I would like to bring up to him is like, by the time you get into like 1st and 2nd Samuel, and it's like, okay, I allowed some of these people around you to exist for 300-400 years. But now I've just had enough. They're sacrificing their kids to something other than me, which is bad. And they may or may not be just completely evil. I want you to go over there and kill them all. And the Israelites are like, cool, real estate. So, they go and do it. And then, maybe they don't kill as many as they're supposed to. And Yahweh's like, hands on his hips. You Israelites, I told you to slaughter absolutely everything. But what I always wanted to wonder is like, what if you heard this? You're an Israelite. And you lived for hundreds of years, and you remember what God was like when you were still wandering around before you got into the promised land. And then he's like, hey, Israelites, go kill some Midianites, go kill some Amalekites. It's revenge time. And you're like, wait a minute. I remember. Okay. You hightail it over to their cities, and you're like, hey, Amalekites, Midianites, I just want to let you know, first of all, Israelites are coming. So you know what that means. And they roll their eyes and they're like, oh my God, give up or die. Yep. You're like, yep, that's what's going to happen. I'm like, but I want you to know that there was a time, several times before we settled down and we were wandering around out there, that Yahweh would get so pissed off at us because we were losers and failures, or we'd start sacrificing kids to golden cattle and stuff, that he'd tell Moses that he was going to just leave us out there to die. And he was going to start over with another group of people. Now, here's what I'm thinking. He doesn't seem to get out of the Sinai very much, or the Levant. I'm pretty sure that there's a chance, if Moses had agreed with him and not talked him out of that you would have been those chosen people, and you'd be going into Israelite territory and wiping them out.
You could be murderers just like us. Just listen.
I just want you to know, like, what I'm saying is that this God is not real great at keeping covenants.
I will say, I'm sure there's at least one Israeli, one of those people were just like, God, I know you want us to go over there and just wipe out this village and save the pretty girls for ourselves, but Are you sure about that? I'm just want clarification because it doesn't seem like a good thing to do. Oh, okay, do it. Okay, say no more. And then he turns to his wife and he's like, "I'm sorry, honey. We've got to go kill a bunch of people."
See, y'all are blaming God for that, and that was all Noah's fault. Noah was a bad drunk that got naked in front of his kids all the time, and God, they had to go and kill all the Canaanites.
Yep, exactly. Did you remember that one time that your ancestors saw that other guy naked? Like, no. Well, it's time for you to pay up. Like, wait, go back to the first part. What about the naked old guy? What the fuck are you on about? Like, well, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I'm starting to get really pissed off that this is your threadbare excuse for genocide right now. Like, you could have come up with anything, like you didn't like the smell of us or you hate the way we dress, but no, you want to take it back 1,000 years to some old man being spotted in the nude because he passed out drunk? Fuck off. Like, oh yeah, you're right. It is war.
Can't you just pick a modern problem, please?
Yeah, exactly. Like, get out of my tent. Why? Because you're fucking fired. That's why.
Fix it. No, they're sacrificing a goat, and they're like, "Listen, make sure this is a healthy goat." And then the son's like, "Dad, it's fine. It's a completely healthy goat." They sacrifice the goat, and then the dad turns around and sees, "Oh my God, that was the goat that was dying anyway. Oh, Yahweh's gonna have a fit about this. You probably just killed us all, son."
It's just one of those cases where he's like, man, I remember when we used to sacrifice our firstborn, the crops were so much more bountiful. Do you remember that?
So delicious.
Yahweh changing the terms of the agreement. Like, give us your firstborn. I was like, cool, right? You know, the firstborn's always the worst. Right? It's the most neurotic kid. So yeah, offer it up to the brazier. But no. Now it's just like, here's a goat or a handful of pigeons or something like that. My wheat yield has never been weaker.
It's like, can't we at least cook them to eat them and count that as a sacrifice?
Like, if we can't sacrifice them to you, Yahweh, can I sacrifice them to my belly? Like, stop. I didn't say no. You can't go from being a child sacrifice cult to a cannibal cult. I will not allow it. Like, but the Midianites are, and you waited 400 years for us to kill them.
But they're not my special people. You are. Well, God, I don't think I want to be your special people anymore.
In a way, though, if you establish a relationship, if you establish a covenant with a chosen people, and then you set them in enmity with everybody around them, everybody is in that covenant, which is really arrogant. Because the Midianites and the Amalekites, by definition, are just like kind of the sworn enemy. Because like the Amalekites were the first people they attacked the Israelites coming out of Egypt after they escaped the Egyptians, and so Yahweh's, it always says, Yahweh's hatred burned for the Amalekites for what they did then, and he just waits like damn near half a millennium before, okay, it's time. Remember what they did back then? And Israelites are scratching their head. Wait,
everybody's like, what?
What are you talking about?
When did this happen?
I encourage you to be irrationally hateful towards the Amalekites so that when this day came, you'd have no problem putting your swords in them. And I'm like, well, it is Tuesday. I guess we can do that.
It was a different time back then, God.
We don't have the internet, so might as well kill.
And I mean, of course, the Amalekites attacked them. They're like an invading army just coming up in their land. That's going to happen in modern day, right?
The idea of their proposal too was always like, okay, here's the thing: surrender to us, and we take all your women, and all the men become slaves. Don't, everyone dies. Like, okay, how about the third choice? We kill every one of you for even asking us this. And then it worked. Who was it? The Moabite king? Like the tide of war is going bad, so he's just like, wait a minute, I'll sacrifice the prince, and he does. He sacrifices his kid, and it works. And then you're like,
he hated that son. He was like, God,
the craziest thing I ever heard talking to a Christian. It was Misha Popoff, and he was kind of talking about Jericho, and he stated that the Israelites coming out of Egypt had gunpowder, and that they could make explosives. It's like, what? Yeah, it's like they just blew up the walls of Jericho, and I'm like, oh my God, dude! Like, Christianity's just gotten retarded.
It's like, are you sure you're not talking about the Bible anymore, Misha? You're talking about the latest Assassin's Creed game.
I apologize for the R slur slip up. I didn't mean to do that.
It's fine. Michael, how's it going?
Hey. Well, hey, everybody. Not a long time, man.
Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't been
Yeah.
around. I'm going to try to be around a little bit more, hopefully.
Yeah, and Gur, I think this is the first time you and I are maybe interacting together. But hey, all right.
You should have kept it that way.
Damn. No, I've come. So the first thing I've come with is just the the fact that, right, the reason I joined this stream is for an intervention, right? Because we're all suffering clearly from Darth Dawkins derangement syndrome.
Oh yeah.
And so we need to be anesthetized against or vaccinated against that. So, but yeah, no, Jefferson, you finally had one going. I was out running the last couple errands. I popped open YouTube. I'm like, shit, get home.
You don't have to rush home on my account. This is
yeah. Well, no, it's
You had
perfect
to- you had to sacrifice a kid.
my wife is out doing some stuff, so I'm playing Bachelor for the day, so I got some free time. So it's all.
Oh, okay, all right.
Those are my favorite days, Michael. I swear to God. When the mess is out and away, I'm like, oh, thank God, I can do whatever I want. I guess I'd go talk shit with people on YouTube.
Let's be productive. Or someone's wrong on the internet. Yes.
I can't let it go. I've tried.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
And it's funny because we can talk about Ding Dong all day long because he's always wrong on the internet.
Yeah.
It's so funny. I have to go back because I caught a couple minutes of what you were talking about a few minutes ago, and this not to rehash stuff, but just because I'm going to anyway. But there was something that was really interesting, Jefferson. I think before anybody popped in, and you were saying that he puts together these things. He's like, okay. He's like, well, now you have to falsify my stipulation. I'm not going to back it up or justify it in any way, shape, or form. But if you can't tell me how I'm wrong, then
that must be right.
Fuck you, I'm right.
Yeah, exactly. It's just insane. Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, he's getting bolder, and he's got this like turned into like a hermeneutic. I mean, it's basically lined up. It's so quick now that I don't think people even really realize that's what he's doing. He's like, no, it's this, and this. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, well, and then they're like, well, I don't really, I just don't accept that. Why not? Give me an argument for why why the whole thing fails. Like, I don't have to provide an argument for why the whole thing fails. I could you had me unconvinced at temporal states necessarily entail the eternal. Like I already raised an eyebrow at that. Like, well, that's a hell of a claim. I don't know how you'd back that up or make a connection. And then not only that, like not only is that the case, but this eternal thing necessarily entails my God. Like, ooh,
yeah. I'll take Italian dressing with that word salad, please.
Yeah, and it's basically instead of like look at the trees, it's like look at cause and effect. Therefore, God.
Yeah, this is something else because I've looked up, and I'm not a super smart guy, right? But I don't know that there is a thing called the law of cause and effect.
I don't think there is either. No, I mean not either in either like a scientific law or even like a philosophical. In philosophical rhetoric, I don't think there is one. No.
Yeah, and that's something that's getting chucked out there more and more recently, or at least, or maybe I'm just noticing it more recently. Well, the law of cause and effect. I'm like, I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, and if it is, it might be in like some kind of discipline of philosophy that I haven't really heard that attributed as a law per se. But with some of the apologists, you never know, because oftentimes you have to be skeptical. Like, okay, when a scientist says like the law of gravity, they're talking about something that is still falsifiable. The law doesn't make gravity work that way. That's not what science means by a law.
Right.
Or even in like the case of like the law of excluded middle, like logic isn't making that the case. It's prescriptive in a form of thinking about things. That's it. It's not actually molding reality. And I often doubt that a lot of apologists can think of it like that. In fact, I saw a clip of Mike Winger saying something like that, and when he did, it kind of, my ears kind of went up. I was like, I think he just said the same, like this kind of the same thing I heard. Like, well, you got this law, and I'm like, not what? No, it's not like.
Speaking of Mike Winger, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
No, please go ahead.
So what kills me about him is he doesn't believe in evolution, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't believe in Big Bang cosmology, and yet he says all that stuff would be great evidence for God. And it's like, but you don't even accept these claims, And yet, if you did, they'd be good evidence for your God. So what is the mental hang-up there? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Winger can be. I still haven't done a video
He's-
about him. I really want to.
I've
He's got
stayed away
he's
from
got
him.
A boatload of stuff out there. I mean, there's a treasure trove to choose from, Jefferson, when you decide.
There really is.
Yeah, I need to go back and find the ones, because anytime the ones that always like capture my interest are the ones when he talks about, he did a video, I think it was a year ago, about she's a country music singer, a Christian country music singer, and she had a song that went kind of mainstream, so it was kind of pulling her over into mainstream kind of pop country, and she starts getting different interviews and stuff, and so people start asking her about her faith and her background, and when they ask her, inevitably it'll come up like, okay, hey, you started off in Nashville with this, and now you're getting signed to an LA record. And now you're out in LA making a bigger, with a bigger label, making a bigger album. What do you think about gay marriage?
What?
Yeah, like Little Miss Mississippi. Can you tell us? Does your faith tradition entail that you're a bigot? And her question was basically kind of like, no, I don't really think that Christianity necessarily bans people from this. Blah 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 blah. And Winger highlights this thing, and he's like, that's not right, and then proceeds to go on and explain how much he doesn't understand sexual orientation. It was hilarious. I'm listening to the whole thing, and I'm like, oh my god, he thinks that gay is a verb. This is hilarious. Like, don't do the gay stuff, and you won't be gay. Like, no, Mike, no.
That's
that's
like that's my
science, bro.
conversation
That's
with the
science.
Christians last night. It's it was it baffles me when I have conversations about gay folks with Christians, because it makes no logical sense whatsoever. We were getting into, I was trying to tell him, maybe the passages that you're so hung up on wasn't about what you think it was. There was the sex cult of Dionysus. There was this practice of older men basically buying young children to be their prostitutes. Why does it have to be this thing that clearly the Israelite society didn't really have a concept of back then? And it was just basically, no, you're wrong, dude. The Bible was speaking to us 2,000 years later. And I'm like, you're just an idiot. There's no talking to idiots,
So, Jeff.
Yes.
Hello, I'm back. By the way, there actually is a law of cause and effect. I put a link in the private chat for it.
Yeah, I pulled that up. So yeah, there is, but yeah, it would be one of those things where I'm pretty sure like some apologists would be like, no, there's a law of cause and effect, and that's why cause and effect is a thing. Like, no, that's not what that means. Dear God, don't start doing that. It wouldn't.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, every cause is an effect, right? There's a cause which causes an effect, which causes another effect, which causes another effect. It
makes perfect sense. I mean, the cause is the barista forgot to put sugar in his coffee. The effect is Darth Dawkins pours it in his face.
Or her face. It's Susie. Yeah, he horribly burned Susie. Justice for Susie.
Well,
we all know what you did, Dawkins.
It's like you joke, but you could have a morning to where the barista forgets to make the coffee how you like it, and you go to work, and all of a sudden you get fired because you couldn't present you couldn't present well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
hey, I have a business meeting in an hour. I need my coffee.
Yeah, you didn't have your coffee. You dropped a stack of cores, so you lost your job, and now you just need to go and do violence to people.
That's
Well,
like
no, that's not.
It's the character, the Merovingian in Matrix Reloaded, played by Lambert Wilson. He's like giving that little lecture in that fancy restaurant. For instance, I had too much wine, and now I have two pieces. And effect. It's like, oh, geez. Well, I'm getting. If somebody hadn't put it that way, Mr. Lambert, I wouldn't have figured it out. Thank you.
And then the whole cause and effect thing is why people think there's a prime mover of first cause. Like, okay, well,
something had to knock all the dominoes over.
Yeah, what caused the first cause? What it's
Oh yeah, the first actualizer, first mover.
Well, it's
Yeah,
necessary.
it's interesting. I clicked on the link to look at that, and yeah, like so, color me. I was wrong, which is fine. I don't care. But no, it's interesting. So just reading just the first little blurb. So I'm going to read with this the same way Ding Dong reads the first line from the definition of atheism in the SCP. Doesn't bother to read the rest of it. So it says here that basically the law. So this appears to me that the law is simply descriptive, right? But that's not how the dishonest people, like our friend Ding Dong, and yeah, I'm sure most people know. Like I don't address.
I did not know it was his actual name, or is it? Or is that just a cute little nickname you gave him?
No, so it's DD, right? And he
Oh,
prefers. Yeah. So I say Ding Dong because so Darth Vader is my favorite Star Wars character, and
I think he's everybody's.
Yeah, and so the human refuse that is our friend is not worthy of that name, so I won't call him that.
Yeah, I like Dirk Dickler.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Yeah, that's what I call him.
But no,
I call him Double D's, but that's
But I think we have to look at is right that these laws are descriptive, right? But the dishonest folk out there will say no. It's a it's a law, and they mix up descriptive with prescriptive, and so I think that that's a problem. So anyway,
and that's a great point.
Correct. Yeah.
I want to raise a point. I want to raise a point. Darth Vader is not everybody's favorite.
Well,
he's certainly not my favorite. I've got my favorite Star Wars character, and it ain't Darth.
Who is it? Jabba the Hutt?
Mace Windu.
Oh my god!
It's Sam Jackson, of course.
I can't.
Well, okay. Maybe I should say he's not everyone's number one favorite, but he's somewhere on everyone's list. Is that fair?
That brings up an interesting point. How the hell does Tom Holland's Spider-Man not know that Nick Fury is Mace Windu? I don't fucking get that.
It doesn't make any sense to me either.
Yeah.
I try not to think about those sort of things because it'll bug
Knock,
me.
you're gonna break the internet if you keep saying things like that.
It's like a nerd convergence happening. Warp space and time around it. All right, guys, I'm going to get back to this video. Does anybody have anything else?
You're doing a video? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I think we've hijacked your stream long enough. We can get back to what you was watching.
Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more, and then probably wrap it up in about a half an hour or so.
Well, I just wanted to come in and and post the link of the law of cause and effect because I was listening. I was like, let me see if that's an actual thing. Oh, what do you know? It is. Came on, give you a link.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, at least in the casual sense. Yeah, I mean it. Yeah, it is. It's there. So,
bye.
All right, take it easy, everybody. And if you do have something else that comes up, feel free to pop back in.
Have a good one, Jeff.
Yep. See you, Gur. Good seeing you, Knock.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking over you. Say something so I can interrupt real quick, Jeff. I'm just kidding. Michael, it's nice meeting you. Knock, good seeing you again. I'll be in the side chat.
Yeah, I'm probably going mobile again, but I'll be listening.
Okay. See you, Michael. And
cheers, brother.
Hit me up a DM or something if you want to do something.
There's so much to talk about. I'll send you a text.
Okay. Sounds good.
Doc, we'll see you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See you later. I'm gonna dip out too, Jefferson. I was just I came in for some reason that you guys were talking about, but I'll let you get back to your video and wrap this up. And I think I'm gonna do a stream, so I got to get ready for it.
Okay. Hopefully I won't be on. So I won't be
it'll probably be later.
Okay. All right. Well, good seeing you, and I'm glad things are going a little bit better for you, and I'm glad you're getting reduced work hours. Holy shit.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm enjoying my weekend off. I haven't had one for a while, so yeah, I'll talk to you later, man.
All right. Yeah. See ya. All right, folks. Let's get back into this a little bit. Let's see. We were back at. Let's see. What was he talking about?
When you
as soon as I turned it on, Darth's like, now. All right.
You invoke facts. Do you explicitly or implicitly reference the necessity of God? Do you do that?
I would say I do.
Okay, then you are affirming the existence of God.
By that logic, I would be. No, you're completely right.
And
if it existed. And if you're a sinner, you would be implying it. It would be implicitly in force. It'd be explicitly done, but it doesn't make any sense in terms of like that. That doesn't ground what you're saying, and it wouldn't even really ground the facts. All you've got is a claim that the worldview exists, that your worldview stipulates that everything in the world is necessarily contingent upon this God, which is the creator of absolutely everything. Okay. So if that's the case, then yes, if you make statements about the world that you're in, it is implying in some way, it's kind of reinforcing in an implicit way or an explicit way the fact that the things that we're talking about in the world around us are dependent upon that God. One, though, you don't need to do that, and because the worldview would already the fact that that's ontologically the basis for all those things is doing that already. Me referring to if we live in a God world and all dogs are dependent upon everything here is dependent on God, and I talk about the birds out on my balcony, those birds are indicative of the creator. So that affirms that worldview. But it would be the exact same case if we lived in a world where there is no God. Creation is dependent, creation, we're just talking about nature. Every time I refer to the birds on my balcony, what does that affirm? The fact that they evolved, the fact that they're a product of nature, that they're a species of animal that live in this particular habitat. It affirms all sorts of things about the actual world around me. Do I need to know all of that in order to assert that those are birds and that they're out there on my balcony? No. He still hasn't been able to make this claim. And it doesn't make any sense that if you affirm a claim, you are either affirming the existence of a God that made everything, or you're affirming the lack of existence of a God that was necessary for creating anything. Does not make sense, because you're not committed to that just because you're making a claim about something within your reality. You could either be agnostic about that, or you could have degrees of certainty about to what extent that those things affirm one or the other. It could be the case that if the actual worldview is, again, we exist as a parasitic worm inside the brain of a giant space whale, that anything that I'm affirming when I quote unquote invoke facts, that's what is implicitly being affirmed. That everything in this worldview is a creation of the psychedelic thoughts that the space whale is having because of the brain worm that we all collectively exist within and the effect it's having on its mind. What does that have to do with me being able then to invoke facts? It doesn't change a thing from my perceived reality. The fact, and I don't know why Tony's going for this.
Yeah.
Then you're not an agnostic, because an agnostic claims not to affirm God's existence.
Yeah, you're completely right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Wow,
So-
that is really good.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I got you to go from being an agnostic to a God believer in just a matter of minutes, didn't I?
Yeah, no, you broke that down very well. Can you repeat that last part one more time?
Yeah, you will either invoke facts with reference to the necessity of God or without. This is what you do.
No, you don't.
Now, what I like about you, because I'm assuming what you're telling me about your background is true, your academics.
Is the space whale missing a teapot? Maybe. Did I tell you that whale's name is Russell? Sorry.
You have a reputation to protect, whereas most of these schmucks don't. And so you will be at least less apt or more prone to being truthful. So you're not going to pull one of these maneuvers. Well, I don't know, because you do know. And so I'm assuming what you're telling me about your background is true, your academics. You have a reputation to protect, whereas most of these schmucks don't. And so you will be at least less apt or more prone to being truthful. So you're not going to pull one of these maneuvers.
Less apt or more prone to being truthful because he's told you that he's an associate professor of biology. Darth Dawkins has had conversations with people that he's seen. He doesn't know Tony W. from WD-40, but he's willing to believe that this guy actually is an associate professor in biology and is now attributing like, oh, you're more prone to being truthful because you're an associate professor, and being honest is a thing that you need to be careful of. You can't just be ducking and dodging and being caught being duplicitous, because that could affect your reputation as a teacher. Darth has had conversations with, quote unquote, with the PhDs, the professional atheists that he's talked about. Guys like Massimo P. Liucci and Stephen Law. He's talked with these guys, and those guys were actually on camera, unlike Darth Dawkins and unlike Tony W. He could see them. He could confirm who they were. Those guys write, do research, and teach If you asked Darth Dawkins about what they were saying, he said that they were all dishonest. So what about their background precluded them from being honest and forthright with you, Darth Dawkins, versus Tony W? This is horseshit. This is absolute horseshit. All he's doing is he's greasing Tony W up for a kill.
Well, I don't know, because you do know. So either you will affirm that you invoke facts with reference to the necessity of God, or without. And you've stated now you invoke facts with reference to the necessity of God. So I've got you to go from being an agnostic to a theist within minutes.
As a man of Jewish descent, I'm offended from what is our word. I agree, Dustin. I agree.
Yeah. No, you wow, you break it down really well. All right. Well, let me ask you.
I've had 13 years of dealing with atheists and unbelievers, so I know how they think. I know all their talking points.
Mhm.
And I'm also
mean,
coming from I'm also have the advantages. I'm coming from the Christian perspective, so I'm using the wisdom and the concepts of the Bible, which I consider to be the wisdom of God.
Really? Care to point out in the narrative where any of this lines up? Darth Dawkins, if you watch this.
Oh, so you're a Christian.
Yes.
So what makes
Beautiful. They've been talking for 18 minutes. Tony is now convinced. Tony is essentially gone from being an atheist / agnostic, or an agnostic atheist really, to being a believer. And he's just now acknowledging, like now he's certain that Darth Dawkins is in fact a Christian.
Christianity the truth? Let's
Why?
let's say there is a God. Now we have to get to the point of which God, which is another very
very good. Okay.
Okay, the God of Christianity is true, first and foremost, because he's taken the initiative by virtue that he has the attributes set to accomplish it.
How do you know that he has the attributes set to accomplish it? Because the narrative within the Bible indicates that God is not immutable. It indicates that he's not omniscient. It indicates that he's not omnipresent, and it indicates he's not omnibenevolent. There's several passages in the Bible. I think Micah's one. There's several of them. I have to look them up again, where God lies. So he's not always honest. He's not always a truth teller. So those narratives are there. The scholars don't have a problem accepting the fact that no, God in this particular depiction is being depicted as something less than honest, a liar. But so what do you do with that? If you listen to Darth talk about the attributes of his God, the reason that he believes that there's a 1-to-1 correlation between all of the great making properties he believes are necessary for a God to be are all laid out. Those are all confirmed and supported and enforced by the narratives within the Bible. And he's talking about the Christian Bible, so I have to assume we're not just talking about the New Testament, we're talking about the old books of the Old Testament too. And that's problematic because the books of the Bible is a collection of books and therefore is not univocal. So its depictions of Yahweh are not univocal. Its depictions of Jesus are not univocal. Its depiction of Jesus's teachings aren't univocal. Its depictions of people's reactions to and their concepts of Yahweh and God are not univocal. Things about this change over time. But Darth would have us believe, no, we can get everything that we need out of this, and if you just read it cover to cover, chapter 1, Genesis, and then the final passage, in Revelation, that's the end, and then it ends on a cliffhanger because Jesus is coming back. You can just read that like you would read any potboiler, novel, and blammo. Case proven. Like, yeah, okay. Have somebody like this, Darth Dawkins, lay out this weird argument for God and just this, an ultimate creator God with no identity. It's just a kind of an avatar without an image kind of thing, and then be like, okay, now go read your Bible, and they start reading it, and let's say they make it just to the point where, let's say the fact that God kills everybody with the flood except for Noah and his family doesn't raise an eyebrow, or that he drives everybody into a state of confusion with the Tower of Babel. Let's say you just get to the point where he shows up to kill Moses at an inn for reasons that don't totally make sense. You are going to have questions from these Christians about the nature and the attitude and the plans and the behavior of this deity.
reveal himself rationally, undeniably in creation and through human history, ultimately in the person of Jesus Christ and through the
Ultimately in the person of Jesus Christ. Ultimately, sure, but Jesus always existed because he's one of the Trinity. And so Jesus was every bit God, even back in the Old Testament. So these contradictions that are indicated from these different narratives play a part in trying to convince people of these things. And then you have to try to like reconcile not only the non-univocality of the God of the Old Testament, but then you have to try to like then get that thing to fit with what Jesus is doing and saying.
the Christian scripture, which is a comprehensive worldview, which is exclusive. No other world can have its attribute set. And that worldview is indispensable, without which you couldn't ground logic, truth, or reason.
The Christian worldview, not just a worldview based on his argument, but his arguments plus a reading of the Bible. That would give you the entire view that you need to kind of figure everything out. It's an instruction manual for the universe.
So Christianity is objectively proven, first and foremost, by God's self-disclosure.
No, it isn't.
And due to the impossibility of its denial.
No, the only thing that would be impossible to deny, it would be the tradition that ancient people, ancient Israelites, and other and people in the first century were constantly preoccupied with ideas about the supernatural and the divine and their interactions with it. This idea that, well, this particular being is undeniable and consistent and whatever, like, no, you don't get that from that. This is Darth insisting on a dogma that has no legs. If you sat Darth down with, anybody could chop his legs out from under him on this point. This is not supported by anything outside of maybe really, really bad sermons at some really lame, lackluster churches. They'd make the same kinds of claims like, hey, you don't have to worry about this. God knows everything. Bible's rock solid, consistent from Genesis to Revelation. Yeah, no problems here, people. Read it, and if you're confused, come talk to me. If you're still confused, that's your problem. The problem is you, or you can't understand God, or God is mysterious, or there's a failing on your part, or pray harder. There's always a way out of this. It's never the problem with the church. It's never a problem with their God. It's never a problem with this book. It's never a problem with the way that they're trying to present this book. Keep in mind, I don't have that much of an issue with the Bible. My issue is with the way the Bible gets talked about by Christians, as if it is a consistent book. It's a big novel written consistently. That's Christian dogma, and I don't agree with it, and I don't respect it. That, I think, needs to go away. Because if you look at the data and you look at the scholarship, it doesn't match what Christians insist that it is. And Darth Dawkins is insisting in the laziest, most obviously incorrect way that is a responsible way to approach the Christian Bible. It's not.
Yeah, that one I do not agree with at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
so then that means that you don't accept the Christian worldview as being exclusive and indispensable. So what other worldview has the foundational parameters which will ground truth, reason, and logic? What is your worldview, and how does it ground? How do you establish? How do you instantiate that there are any fundamental parameters? Do any absolutes exist?
Well, I thought he already agreed with you that if temporal events necessarily entail eternality to provide context to those events, and that eternality necessarily entails the existence of a higher power or God, the ultimate being, then from that you can reasonably reach the conclusion that God, not only do you believe that God exists, but it must be the case that God exists without demonstrating it somehow. So despite the fact that that's not great, and that that's a lineup of assertions that would need to be demonstrated, but he hasn't shown them. He's connected them and hasn't really demonstrated the connections, other than to insist that the one wouldn't be possible without the other, or the comprehension of one isn't possible without the other, which just seems to be kind of like a kind of special pleading in a sense. But now he's going into, in order to ground this further, you need the Bible. I would agree. You would need more than just that kind of goofy argument. But when Darth was asked how he justifies his belief, well, why does he believe in God? He gave that crap a half-assed attempt at an argument. And now we're finally getting to the Bible.
Oh, that's completely fair. But I suppose the same argument could be made for any Abrahamic religion.
Oh, he's getting into Abrahamic religions. This is gonna be good. Literally 12 Nazis just knocked on my door for Vivek. I tell you, that guy's campaign is getting hyperactive as hell. One knocked on the door while 11 of them waited on the street. They gave me a thing that said truth, and it's just bigot Nazi stuff that hangs on your doorknob if you aren't home. Huh. I'm going to have to look that up. Yeah, I really do not like that guy. The more I hear him talk, I do not like him. But then again, I am a communist, so.
You're dodging.
No, I'm not dodging. No, not at all.
If you don't accept the Christian worldview, you can only do so by virtue of your worldview.
Right, but his worldview now is grounded in the same argument that yours is, Darth. So what's he getting wrong?
No, that's not true. That's not necessarily.
No, it is true, because I can apply the law of excluded middle again. Either.
No. Okay, so you applied the law of no excluded middle with the argument, and this guy and Tony has managed to go along with this, and now you're going to insist that the next layer to this is the Christian God, and say it either is that or it isn't. That doesn't make sense, especially when Darth can't keep track of the whole, there either is a God world or there is a not God world, which is not a dichotomy. So the fact that he's now trying to pull this little maneuver indicates just how stupid he's really gotten with this.
It is the case the Christian worldview is true or not. The only way.
No, that's an either or fallacy. Either the Christian worldview is true or it isn't true. That doesn't make any sense. Certain aspects of Christianity may be true or false to certain degrees. You do not literally have to throw out all of it or none of it. This is him attempting to, instead of talking about a worldview, he's now insisting on a dogma. Either the Christian worldview dogmatically is true 100% because dogmatically that's required, or it is the case that none of it is true. That doesn't make sense, because a Christian worldview, if you parse it out, would include things that non-Christian worldviews would have. So it doesn't make sense to say it's not true. It would hold to certain things could be demonstrated to be true, certain things could be demonstrated to be false, and certain things would be undecided.
That you're going to be able to negate the Christian worldview is in virtue of presenting not the Christian worldview.
Easy. All you have to do is simply say, the Christian worldview is reliant on an ultimate God, and an ultimate being isn't possible. Now it's negated. And I'm not going to go into details or explain why, because Darth hasn't explained his position. He hasn't explained why, like, it has to be this one, otherwise it's that one. So, okay, it's not Darth's. That's my position. It's not yours. And then Darth will be like, prove that it's not yours. You first. Prove that it's yours. This is habitual burden shifting. It's chronic, kind of subtle at some points, and abusive. He has not made the case. He's insisted the case has already been made, and then saying, I'm following in the footsteps of giants. This is how it works. Case closed. And if you have an alternative, you need to provide me an irrefutable argument for why yours is right and therefore mine is wrong. Everything about this is wrong-headed.
No, why? Yeah, so why?
Do you negate the Christian
excuse me.
worldview by virtue of the not Christian worldview?
Yeah, so I mean, it starts off with
Yes. Is that yes?
No, it's not a yes or no.
Do you
We have to
negate the
talk
Christian
about it.
worldview? Do you
Well-
negate the Christian worldview?
Why would you have to negate the whole thing? What the fuck is this?
Not necessarily, but I cannot say
No.
Yeah.
Do you affirm it?
Again, this is him arguing. See, this is the problem. He can't make an argument. He thinks that dogma makes an argument stronger, just like he thinks an immutable being that is ultimate somehow makes it a better being. I don't understand why these guys actually think that these are pros, that these are strengths. I was talking to, I was in a discussion room with Trey Jadlow, and he was trying to make this kind of claim about one of the properties of one of the great making properties of a god. That doesn't get discussed very much, mostly because it can become kind of catastrophic, is the notion that it's immutable. It doesn't need to change. And Trey Jadlow was going on about how God has active potency, but not passive potency. And from what I understand, I think the analogy that he gave is if you act upon something, it kind of acts on you in a little bit. Imagine you step your feet into the sand. When you lift your foot up, some of the sand is stuck to your foot. The active potency was you stepping on the sand. Passive potency of the sand is now adhering to some of the skin of your foot. What he tried to lay out is that this passive potency does not apply to Yahweh, which to me makes that God, 1, less potent, and 2, impersonal. And I could get into that argument later on. But the idea behind doing this is that the reason that he has this active potency is because if the passive potency applied, God could get some dirt on him, so to speak, some sand on his feet, some mud on his face, and he could smudge his shoes. If that happens, that means God can be changed. He can be affected in a way that changes him. And he's a perfect being, so that can't happen. So nothing ever changes him. In this sense, the God that they're talking about, the strongest, greatest God, is a static being. It's one thing for it to say it has all the qualities that it needs, and it's basically a superlative thing, good and strong and wise and all these kinds of things. That could be true. But to say that it doesn't change, and that's a strength, seems like a stretch, especially when examples of dynamic beings, usually that provides an example of something that's stronger, something that's flexible, something that can adjust, something that can adapt, something that can evolve. Those are stronger than things that are just static, oftentimes. So these are weird appeals. Darth is kind of relying on the same idea in the sense that he has a regimented idea of what God is and its properties and Christian dogma and its worldview. And it's an entire set. You take it all or you reject it all. It's either completely true or it's total bunk. There's no wiggle room in here for any of this kind of stuff. This is a guy who would be incapable of honestly and rigorously engaging in a study of the Bible, the books of the Bible, as a scholar without breaking apart. I think he would have a nervous breakdown, because the only way he approaches arguments in philosophy, arguments about science, and arguments about his own faith tradition is to constantly enforce, present, and push dogma. Nothing but dogma. I haven't heard data points here. I haven't heard a discussion about the pros and cons of these different worldviews. You either accept the whole basket or you toss all of it out. This is the logic of a madman.
Based on what you just said, I cannot affirm it and say that is the reason that Christianity would be
then you deny it.
Well, I don't know if I deny it.
No, you're not aware that you deny it. All worldviews. Okay, you tell me if you disagree at any point. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, this will be good. I wanted to read this one from Pat. I've brought this up before. Darth affirms the Jewish worldview right up to the denial of Jesus. Why? He utters some nonsense about the revealed nature of Guy and then soft anti-Semitism. That sounds about right. Yeah. Whatever he needs to do to kind of massage them to fit together. But at the same time, Pat, I get the impression Darth is one of these kinds of Christians that the Old Testament is only useful in the sense that it serves as prologue to Jesus. And after that, they don't care. Like I get this impression when I talk to like fundamentalist Christians quite a bit, especially when I talk to them face to face, that if I talk to them about like issues that Jews have with the Hebrew Bible, and you present some of those things, they just start to nod off and go to sleep because they're like, "What does this have to do with Jesus?" And you're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like they had these issues and they're still unresolved for the Hebrew Bible. You guys come along, you have the New Testament, and then you just treat the Old Testament as like, "Oh, that's just a preview of things to come." All those issues are still there, but for the Christian, like the difficulty raises up, they'll just bring up, "Oh, well, that was an old covenant relationship. That's something that only existed for Jews. That was the Israelites. If you read Paul, none of that law applies anymore. Oh, we just separate moral law from ceremonial law." All that shit that's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, Christian bullshit. None of scholars know that was invented by them in order to reconcile these difficulties. There's no data to support what they're talking about. So they're completely dismissive and disrespectful of the Hebrew Bible as religious tradition. They just use it as a way of goosing the inertia of their own dogma, which is their take on Jesus's ministry.
A worldview is your complete, interconnected, and interrelated beliefs that are typically unified either concretely or abstractly.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty true. Socrates speaks about something very similar.
Okay. So all worldviews are mutually exclusive. They're mutually contradictory. Okay.
Wait,
Okay.
all worldviews are mutually no. What?
Now, okay. So all beliefs that are typically unified either concretely or abstractly. Okay.
Oh, that's pretty true. Socrates speaks about something very
Right.
similar.
Okay. Okay. So all worldviews are mutually exclusive. They're mutually contradictory. Okay.
Okay.
Why would that be the case?
Now, if
This is only like he needs to actually like lay out what kind of worldview he's talking about, because the worldview that most people are going to assume is the collection of thoughts, beliefs, opinions, etc., that a person holds about the world around them. And that's going to be a combination of different things. And it's going to include things that are correct, things that are incorrect, assumptions, prejudices, the occasional, a light peppering of cognitive dissonance here and there. All that stuff is going to be in somebody's worldview. The idea that worldviews are mutually exclusive to one another is maybe one of the most totalitarian things I've heard Darth say. Because that's essentially saying like everybody's worldview. Well, no, I get that. Well, it is totalitarian in the sense there can only be one worldview, and it has to be God's worldview. And I guess apparently that worldview is shared by Darth Dawkins. So if you don't line up with Darth, you're in a, by definition, a mutually exclusive worldview. Which I don't know. Is that equivalent to being a sinner? Is that equivalent to being unrepentant? I'd like to know what Darth's take on that is from a soteriological standpoint.
we represent the Christian worldview, or any worldview for that matter, as A, if you don't accept it, that means you're operating off of a worldview in order to predicate that worldview can be represented as not A.
That is the assumption of truth to establish a foundation for knowledge. That is fundamentally false. That's what he just did. You have to assume the truth of A in order to make effective predicates about, predicate knowledge. Why? There's nothing to indicate that is the case. You could talk about stuff in the here and now. This is an entirely top-down approach to epistemology and ontology. Everything is being dictated from on high. God established everything. He even established how you're supposed to think about it. And there's the template. This is the playbook. Here you go. Run with it. This is a shitty playbook because this is not how people think. And our data excludes this. Data about how brains work excludes what he's talking about. Data about the philosophies that he's discussing or mangling, that rules this out. The points that he's attempting to make about theology might as well be entirely gone. If Darth was going to have a discussion and we were just going to talk about dogma, then he might have some ground to stand on. But at this point, he has conflated so much dogma with all the other topics that he's getting into that I don't think he even understands the amount of overlap that's occurring.
Okay.
Okay.
So the non-acceptance of a worldview constitutes the denial therein, whether or not you realize it.
Madman, no, I have not looked at that one yet. I'll probably be doing a shorter video about that one later.
Disagree.
Okay, then I'll have to explain it to you. A worldview,
That's an interesting reaction. I disagree. Okay, then I'll have to explain it to you. No, you don't have to explain it to me. I didn't say I don't understand it. I said I don't agree with you. How is another explanation going to help? Darth, that's just Darth's assumption. Like, oh, well, if you're disagreeing with me, it's because you don't know. You're ignorant. You just, no one would disagree with me because I'm right.
every proposition and predication is worldview specific. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the actuality and the intelligibility of any proposition or statement, since it is worldview specific, it's worldview dependent.
No. That is a kind of a baby with the bathwater kind of fallacious thinking. Because you're an atheist and you made this statement, I can't accept it as true because you're coming at it from as an atheist or a communist or something like that. Your worldview makes your statements about the world worldview dependent. And so if your worldview is wrong, all your statements are wrong. That does not follow. That is a non sequitur. And it's an obvious one. No one should have to explain to Darth Dawkins why that's a non sequitur. The fact that he doesn't understand that it's a non sequitur really kind of tells you exactly what you're dealing with here. This is mid-wit. Like, we're talking about, room temperature IQ here. And by room temperature, I mean an unheated cottage in December in Wisconsin. Pat Lowinger says, if Jefferson and I are 99% in agreement in the construction of our worldviews, then they aren't mutually exclusive. Outside the discongruent 1%, we are affirming each other. Learn some stuff there. 100% correct. Pat and I are in total agreement here. This is my understanding of what a worldview is. Pat seems to agree with me. I think most people would say, wait a minute. How would it be the case that because this person's coming from a different worldview, like let's say that their worldview is labeled Muslim and my worldview is labeled cultural Christian. I don't really go to church, but I think I believe in Jesus. I once had a WWJD bracelet. We both agree. We both agree on a lot of things. I think that we need more social welfare. They believe there needs to be more social welfare. They want lower taxes. I want lower taxes. Our worldviews agree on what politics should do and on certain things on foreign policy. We agree on all these different things. But Darth is going to try to justify, like, no. That's a Muslim worldview. So when they say something and it sounds like it's an agreement, it can't be, because categorically it's false. It's categorically wrong because it's in the category of their worldview. One, that's not how a worldview works. And two, that's not a categorical problem. This is just Darth trying to figure out how to justify a very strange form of discrimination.
Yes, but your worldview. So you do not necessarily have to use your worldview to make an argument for or against any proposition.
Of course, yes, you do, because then whatever you state will not be contextualized, and if it's not contextualized, it's nothing. Would you like to give me a non-contextualized fact?
No, I wouldn't.
Does the worldview contextualize the fact? I thought eternity did. And the existence of God. If we're talking about a fact, it's causal, usually, and not the fact. But usually if we're talking about something, there's a relationship of cause and effect to the thing that we're referring to in the world around us. If I'm talking about a dog that appears, or the condition of a room, or the color of the sky, there's a certain cause and effect relationship to any of those situations that I'm talking about. And contextually, the situation according to him was, well, those are temporal cases. And the temporal case necessarily entails the existence of the eternal, and the eternal necessarily entails the existence of God. That's the context to which I'm referring. So if this dude, Tony W., agrees with that and did agree with that, now he's being like fish hooked into this thing where no, that's not enough. Now you need to come over to the rest of the way and acknowledge that it's all Jesus that's doing this. That doesn't make any sense. The context, according to Darth, was provided by the argument he gave at the beginning. Now he's saying it lacks context if Tony W.'s worldview differs superficially or structurally in some way from Darth's. If they're not identical, then it's coming from a separate worldview, and that worldview would be negated if one aspect of it is false. This makes no sense. That simply does not make sense. That there is no reason to hold that as a burden for reasonableness or for any kind of sense of epistemology. That's not a worldview.
Okay.
But
So a worldview is the contextualization for any predication, proposition, or fact. No contextualization, you have no fact. So would you agree that a fact is something that we stipulate that is the case?
yes, but a fact is
right. In order to have a fact, you have to have a philosophy of what constitutes fact.
yes.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
So a fact requires a philosophy of factness.
No, it does not. Holy fucking shit, it does not. You do. This is so stupid. In other words, you have to have a dogma about what fact is before you can start talking about anything that could then be later categorized as a fact. No.
A philosophy of factness is going to require a contextual framework or a model of reality. So
it just needs to be internally consistent within itself, I think.
Philosophy of factness requires a model of reality or a worldview.
The fuck is a philosophy of factness?
So the stipulation of a fact, in order for it to be a fact,
right,
you must present the framework or the context within which it depends.
You could present any number of frameworks for which it depends. If I say, look, here's Gary, New Jersey lunatic, how have I contextualized Gary as an individual? He's a lunatic that lives in New Jersey. And then I can provide supporting evidence for why that's the case. And it wouldn't be hard to then do that. If Darth's idea is, no, you need to refer to me as Gary, child of God, like, okay, that could be another context. Doesn't change that Gary is not in fact both things. A child of God who also happens to be a lunatic who also happens to live in New Jersey. So this context makes no sense. Now, the interesting thing is, like, if Gary is not a child of God who is a lunatic who lives in New Jersey, if he's not all three of those things, he's not any of those things, would be the entailment that I'm deriving from Darth's line of reasoning here. And that's disastrous.
Which is your worldview.
Yeah, but so I would agree with that. Okay, that's fine. But based on your rationale and the argument that you're presenting, Islam or Judaism, anybody from either religion can make the same argument. Hinduism, any type of religion could make
Exactly.
the exact argument that you're currently making. So that wouldn't necessarily make Christianity true as much as anything else.
Christianity isn't. Then you're okay. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how to explain this to you. Okay.
Yeah.
There's no other way to explain it, Darth. He's got you. You can't appeal to a worldview and say this is the only worldview that works by definition, and then exclude the other ones, especially if the other worldviews, Tony's already arrived at this conclusion. He's already gotten to the deism/theism part. He concluded the whole grounding of the, if you're stating a fact, you're either affirming implicitly or explicitly the reality of a God. Tony seemed convinced by this. Okay, fine. So there's some kind of higher power there. And that happens when you invoke any kind of fact. How do you get to Jesus from that? And now Darth is going to attempt to explain this away. This will be interesting. Let's see what happens.
In the Christian worldview, God exists from eternity. He then creates the world. He establishes its fundamental parameters within which we exist and move and breathe. And we
This is dogma.
have appropriation of truth, knowledge, and reason.
According to what? Which account of Genesis establishes this? Because there's multiple accounts about how God created the world. One is the sort of quick one where he just by fiat establishes and declares things to be so and then declares them to be good. And then there's the other accounts in there where it's clear that God is actually creating things through a system of trial and error. He does this with Adam too. That's the most common one, right? He makes Adam, and then Adam is supposed to get to know the animals and name them, and then he realizes Adam's alone. He doesn't have a helpmate, so he puts him to sleep and takes out a rib, and then he makes a woman. It's all trial and error in that character of that depiction of creation. But then there's another one where he just declares them to be, and they are. And he declares them good. And that's a cleaner, simpler, more high-powered, all-powerful kind of creator being. And now what Darth is saying here is as if like, no, you don't understand. If you go to the Bible and you read this thing, what you're going to get is consistent message. Darth is advertising to Tony W. that you will be presented with the dogma that Darth is presenting to him. And you will not. This is a lie.
That worldview is entirely revelational of God. So whatever God creates to come into contact with our consciousness is a revelation of God. Okay.
But that would include even our own sense perception. So that doesn't track, because I don't think Darth likes that, because Darth likes to tell skeptics they need to doubt their sense perception, which is fucked up, because your sense perception is general revelation. It has to be. Because he believes in three different kinds of revelation: special revelation, general revelation, and then a kind of conscious revelation that happens when you become neurological stage. You get to a certain point of neurological maturity, and then you become aware of God, and you either accept and acknowledge its reality, or you close your eyes and deny it. That's a third kind of revelation that I have never heard any other Christians invoke. Never heard it before in my life. As far as I'm concerned, it's heretical. He believes it. He doesn't ever bring it up. But now he's trying to say, aha, here's the problem, pal. I brought you up to this point, to the deist-theist position. And now the Christian position is going to give you what you need. And all you have to do, you're getting the Christian revelation just by looking at the trees. Darth is making Tony W's point for him. Tony W can be like, any Jew can tell me that. Any Muslim can tell me this. Step outside, look to the sky, take a deep breath of that clean air, and thank Allah that you're alive. There's nothing about that is any less revelational than what Darth is trying to put out.
Conceptually speaking. Okay.
Fair.
So if God says good morning to me, that's a revelation of God. If God creates the moon and I look at the moon, in that world, my looking at the moon is a revelation of God. Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
fair.
in the
But
Christian
that
worldview,
that doesn't make yeah.
I'm not done yet. Okay. In the
Okay.
Christian worldview,
In the Christian worldview, Darth, stop disagreeing with me. The first 20 minutes was going Darth's way, and he was getting so excited. Now Tony is giving Darth blue balls. Now Darth is begging for a happy ending. Yeah. Yep.
God is entirely perfect, and one of his perfections is always truth revealing. Okay. So,
but God lies in the Old Testament.
Intelligibility, all right? And intelligibility derives from actuality. Now, in Islam,
intelligibility derives from actuality. This is always kind of cumbersome in the sense that there has to be stuff in order to make sense of it. Sure.
The God of Islam is not always truth revealing. Were you aware of that?
Neither is the God of the Old Testament. Darth.
No, he is also always based on the book. He is always.
Oh, okay. So, are you a Muslim?
No, I told you what I am.
Oh, okay. Are you aware that in the Quran, in the Arabic, it states a number of times that Allah is the greatest of all deceivers?
Yeah, in the Old Testament, I think it's Micah where God sets himself, the Holy Spirit is a lying spirit.
I wasn't, but I will say so. If you're gonna throw something, well, so if you're at some point I got to be able to respond.
Okay, so do you realize that Allah is not always truth revealing?
Need to start over, please? Sure thing. Yeah, I'll get right to that. Once I wrap this up, I'll just start again.
No, I don't realize that. But if you're going to make that sort of argument before you even
it's characteristic of Allah.
Sure, but characteristics of Jesus is that he's always good. But in Exodus, he asks the Pharaoh to say no to Moses, and it brings plagues upon Egypt.
I like the fact that Tony said it was Jesus that told him no. The thing that always gets left out, I hope maybe Tony will do this because this is the thing that is interesting about this. Oftentimes, when the discussion about Christianity turns to this and about God's nature, one of the things that usually pops up from people who've read the Bible is, wait a minute, what about the moment when God hardened Pharaoh's heart? And Christians will be like, oh, well, that's necessary for this and blah, 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 blah. Or the Pharaoh was going to do that anyway, or was inclined this way, or whatever. They always leave out the most important part. And oftentimes there's not enough pushback. The fact that God influences the Pharaoh to do one thing, and that's usually how Christians want to say it. Well, God will influence a person in this way because it's kind of their nature. He'll influence them that way. Or the Holy Spirit can do this. But he didn't override his ability to make the right choice. That's actually what the narrative says. Christians ignore it, and a lot of people don't realize it. The reason that Pharaoh's heart is hardened is because he was going to give Moses what he wanted. He was going to let the Israelites go to end the plagues. And God hardened his heart because he wasn't done visiting those plagues upon him, I believe. Because I think, excuse me, I think they're between plagues. And Yahweh's like, no, not yet. Also, there's another issue with this too. For the narrative to work, Yahweh delivers the Israelites out of Egypt. The narrative cannot be the Pharaoh let them go. So there's an element of vanity here. The odd thing about that kind of narrative, though, is that the secret's kind of out later on for anybody that's reading it, and that they know that Pharaoh was inclined to let them go and do the right thing, and God purposely changed his heart so that Pharaoh would make the wrong decision to continue to incur God's wrath. Why? So that the narrative would be consistent and it would show that Yahweh delivered the people from Egypt through Moses, the efforts of Moses. That's fucked up. So let's see what happens with this.
Well, chapter. What do you mean? He asks the Pharaoh. Where does God ask Pharaoh to say no to Moses?
I know I read it in Exodus for sure.
Yeah,
That's poorly worded. He doesn't ask him. He just changes his heart.
a chapter and verse.
Yeah, I'd have to find it for sure. I don't.
Yeah,
disagree.
yeah. Good luck finding that.
Good luck finding that. Oh my God. Well, if he means good luck finding the part where it says that God asks the Pharaoh to change his heart, then Darth's being a sleazebag, because in that case, it wouldn't work. Let's see. Pharaoh's heart. That is from Exodus 8. Let's find this here. That's on the King James Version Bible Project. Where's the I'm going to read from the New Revised Standard Updated. Exodus 8. Let's see here. Go to Exodus chapter 8, the second plague, frogs. The Pharaoh called Moses. Let's get to verse 15. The third plague, gnats. Yeah. So I was right. So the second plague was frogs. Verse 8. The Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, "Pray to the Lord to take away the frogs from me and my people, and I will let the people go to sacrifice to the Lord." Moses said to Pharaoh, "Kindly tell me when I am to pray for you and for your officials and for your people, that the frogs may be removed from you and your houses and be left only in the Nile." And he said, "Tomorrow." Moses said, "As you say, so that you may know that there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs shall leave you and your houses and your officials and your people. They should be left only in the Nile." Then Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried out to the Lord concerning the frogs that he had brought upon Pharaoh, and the Lord did as Moses requested. The frogs died in the houses, the courtyards, and the fields. And they gathered them together in heaps, and the land stank. Verse 15. But when Pharaoh saw there was a respite, he hardened his heart and would not listen to them, just as the Lord had said. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the earth, so that it may become gnats throughout the whole land of Egypt." Now it's interesting here because usually when this verse gets brought up, there's a different way. There's usually different language on it, because sometimes it says the Pharaoh hardened his heart, but there's one that says Pharaoh's heart hardened by God. Yeah, it's in the following chapter. And that's the one I wanted. Got this from the NIV. Let's see. Okay, so there was the plague of livestock that occurred, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened. He was unyielding, and he would not let the people go. Plague of boils. I can't remember which one this is. Let's see it. Yeah, I think it's the second to last one. So they took soot from a furnace and stood before Pharaoh. Moses tossed it into the air, and festering boils broke out on people and animals. The magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils that were on them and all the Egyptians. But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord had said to Moses. So this language happens quite a bit in there, where it's unclear in some cases whether or not Pharaoh is the one who's taking a hard stance, or if he's being, this is being issued by this. But the fact of the matter is, he starts to lose his nerve, and maybe, oh, okay, I'll let them go, and then Yahweh steps in and makes sure, nope, he's going to be resolved against this. Partially because I think he predicted it that way, which is an interesting thing to predict. If you make a prediction like, well, this guy's not going to give up until you go through all the plagues. It's easy to predict that he's not going to give up when you make sure that when he's about to have a change of heart, you make sure it goes right back to being, stubborn and pissed off at the Israelites. And then there's the whole idea about him, like he finally gives up after the plague of hail, and they're allowed to leave, and then he goes after them, which also makes no sense. But it's Exodus, it's weird. So, Yeah, the idea Darth's like, oh, good luck finding that one. It's in there, Dorothy Pooh.
Okay,
I
so
think
let's
he's
get back.
I think he's
Yeah, go ahead.
referring to God hardening the heart of Pharaoh.
Yeah,
Yes.
but that's phenomenological language. Okay, right?
Phenomenological language. Okay.
Now, so
Is that fancy speak for it don't matter?
let's get back to the discussion at hand. So you said these other guys, gods can. Okay, well, the answer is they can't. Okay, because they don't have the character set that the God of the Bible does. So the God of Islam, for example, is not always truth revealing. Now, do you know what Islam teaches about?
The God of the Bible isn't always truth revealing either. It's mentioned in the Old Testament that he lies. It's also mentioned that in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, the one that everybody always people get a lot of things about Sodom and Gomorrah wrong, thanks to a lot of preachers. But there are a lot of bad sermons about it. But the idea that God shows up at camp, I believe this happens just before the tale of Lot and his wife in Sodom and Gomorrah. God shows up physically at Abraham's camp, and he's like, and he shows up there with a couple of helpmates, a couple angels, and he's there, and he sends the angels off to get a closer look at what's going on over in Sodom and Gomorrah. So, if we're to believe Darth Dawkins, we can read in this narrative that is consistent from Genesis to Revelation. This reveals the character set and the attributes of the God that Darth is describing, the one with all the gifts. He's got all the good stuff. And in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah alone, he physically shows up at Abraham's camp, and he needs to take a look around, and he needs to get further clarification and a closer look as to what's going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. And so he sends 2 of his angels over there to investigate. So an omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent entity needs to take a closer look at a place on the planet?
At the crucifixion of Jesus Christ?
I believe they believe that Jesus was basically switched out with somebody and he arose to heaven, and he will.
No. Well, it said it was made to appear that he died on the
There you
cross, but
go.
he was not. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so it was Allah who made it to appear. Okay. So Allah, this is a prime example of the other verses in the Quran where it says Allah is the greatest of all deceivers. The Arabic word that is used in these passages is makr. It means to scheme, to deceive in any context. Okay. So Allah is not he does not possess the attribute of always truth revealing.
Neither does Yahweh or Jesus, as Christians would conflate the two. Or at least, bundle them together in the Trinity. I don't think that his analysis there of that particular word for the Quran is accurate. Depending on which commentators you go with, you're going to get a slightly different take on what they're talking about because I've read commentary on those passages, and the idea behind that particular passage is not that God is a deceiver, but that God is clever. He's a planner. He's playing 4 dimensions. Is basically sort of saying Allah plays 4-dimensional chess better than anybody else. And to ignorant humans, something that smart might appear deceptive. That's sort of some of that I get. That's not a bad apologetic, because a similar apologetic has been used to describe God being quote unquote deceptive in parts of he needed that to happen. He needed that person to do that. And they'll use a term like something like, oh, well, that was necessary for him he ordained that in those people. They were going to do it anyway. That behavior was ordained in order that his, what needed to come to pass came to pass. In a way, it's like, well, God doesn't lie. He plays 4-dimensional chess. A Muslim can do the same thing. That's not God lying. That's God appearing to us idiots to be deceptive when in fact he's just so fucking far above us. He's playing 4-dimensional chess, and we're struggling. We're struggling to with a game of solitaire.
So are we clear on that point before I move on?
Well, do you speak Arabic?
No, but I've spoken to a number of people who are fluent in Arabic who have told me what the word is. I've actually looked up the word on online lectionaries and dictionaries, and that's what the word in the passage is referred to. Okay, so it's not really, you may be unaware of this, but this isn't a debatable point about Allah is not always truth revealing. Okay, if you don't want to go that route, how about
that is a debatable point. All Darth has to do is continue to debate that with Muslims.
we go to Surah 4 and 5, where Allah through Muhammad represents the Christian doctrine of the Trinity and condemns the Christians for following. But the Christian doctrine of the Trinity that is invoked is that the Christians were believing in Allah, Jesus, and Mary as the Trinity. Oops. So
Well,
Allah is not omniscient because he made a massive historical blunder. Nobody in the annals of Christian history espoused that the doctrine of the Trinity was Allah, Jesus, and Mary.
Well, Yahweh is not omniscient either. Jesus isn't omniscient. He didn't know what was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. He had to send 2 angels to get a closer look, and then those angels were nearly assaulted.
If Allah is representative of the Father, okay,
hmm
then Muhammad, allegedly under the guidance of Allah got the representation of the Trinity historically wrong when it set about to condemn it. That's Surah 4 and 5. There's one verse in Surah 4, and there are 2 verses in Surah 5 that individually and collectively condemn the doctrine of the Trinity, representative as Allah, Jesus, and Mary. So
They did not. This is incorrect. One of the ones that he's talking about is actually I talked about this before because he's been in quite a tear with us. There are people that think that this is some kind of own that okay, Muhammad didn't even understand the Trinity to begin to criticize it because he thought the Trinity was the Father, the Mother, Son, and that is not the case. It's laid out in the Quran. I can't remember which surah it's in because I've probably read. I haven't read all the Quran, but I've read most of it. But it's always difficult to say that you've actually read all of it because if you're reading it in English, you're only getting a translation, and there's certain things that Muslims will claim like you didn't read the whole thing. So you can read it cover to cover and hope that you get it. But that being said, the notion that they didn't understand what the Trinity is not borne out by what he's trying to talk about here. There is a part where he's talking about the veneration of Mary. I think the veneration of Mary and Jesus as gods is brought up indirectly in one of the surahs, but it's not the one it doesn't indicate that they were under the impression that Mary was one of the Trinity. In fact, the concept of the Trinity in the surah, when they're talking about the Trinity that Christians hold to, is a Father, a Son, and a divine Spirit. So Darth's just wrong about this.
Allah is not omniscient.
Yeah. So the first
So
thing you said,
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. The first thing that you said about Allah being a deceiver, I did some quick googling, and if we're just this is just Reddit, but a bunch of Muslims say no, that is not true, and actually
Yeah,
it
they're lying.
translates
I mean,
to. I mean, they're lying. We don't even know who they are.
They are lying because they want to translate it in the English, the greatest of all planners, but that's not what the Arabic means.
How does he know what the Arabic means if he's only been told what the Arabic is? All he's doing is going to he's looking for somebody to tell him that, like, no, the people that I've told, like, hey, doesn't this mean deceiver? Everything that I've read about that particular word, anything that I've in any kind of discussion is like it can mean that, but it can also mean planner. It can mean schemer, which is sort of like a deceiver. It could mean planner. It could mean like something more like a strategist. It depends on its context in some cases, I think. But Darth is just saying, no, there's a one-to-one correlation between that word in Arabic directly means this in English, and a friend told me that, and that's what it means. And so any of them are lying. No. There are a ton of Arabic words that do not have a direct correspondence with English. That's just those. It's one of the things. That's why there's so many translations of the Quran, and why there's so many variations in the translation of the Quran. It is not an easy language to just translate word. You don't transliterate that language. You have to understand the context of what it's talking about. So Darth is not only wrong here. He's so wrong that he will never be capable of being right about this topic. He just doesn't understand how he's approaching this. Language doesn't work this way. And actually, the way he's talking about this is indicative to me. This is indicative of a person who has never studied a foreign language. If he had even begun to study a foreign language, even, beyond just some kind of elementary, like here's some, past, like, transliterating some Spanish or French, he would understand language should not be translated this way.
So do you concede that
the reason why they are saying that is because Muhammad made an epic mistake theologically and philosophically, and they're trying to cover up for it.
What would be the mistake in terms of the Trinity? They believe that the Christians are mistaken in believing in a Trinity because God is one. They, Muslims, believe, like Jews believe, that there is a single God, and both Jews and Muslims believe that Christians are confused in terms of holding on to this Trinitarian idea of the deity. Darth is just trying to say, well, this is philosophically broken. No, it isn't. There is nothing to indicate that the two theological positions, Trinitarian and Unitarian, are one is correct and one is incorrect, because that's essentially what he wants to say. The Unitarian position is broken. The only one that works consistently is the Trinitarian one. I haven't actually seen a reasonable defense of the Trinitarian position, one that actually would make me convinced that the Christians even know what they're talking about. They don't even, most of them don't even seem to understand the entailments of positing one God in three persons. But then they'll turn around and say, like Darth, make the claim like, oh, well, they only believe in the one God. They exclude a Holy Spirit and they exclude a Son. Well, of course they do. They don't have the same faith tradition. But then Darth will make the extra leap. No, they're wrong. It's broken. Philosophically and theologically, that's broken. It's necessary for Darth to say that because that's his dogmatic position. Can he demonstrate that philosophically it can't be supported? No. Can he demonstrate that consistent within the Muslim theology that it's inconsistent? No. He can't do that either. He can only compare it to Christianity and say, it's not Christianity, therefore it's wrong. That's all he's doing. He's that childish.
Okay, by saying, oh, it means the greatest of all planners. That is not what the Arabic means.
Okay. Do you speak Arabic?
No, I don't, but I've taught.
Yeah, second time they've asked us. Jefferson, how the Bible says that God is a deceiver. He sends delusion and causes evil. So how does Didi think Allah is any different than Yahweh? Yeah. Well, he'll just say, no, that's not what that means. The best one about the sending causes evil. What they'll do is they'll like, that's a problem with the translation, because now they put on their fake scholar hat and they say it's not evil. He causes calamity. And then when you get into that, you have to ask, like, what do you mean by, what does that mean, calamity? Well, it's what God will cause is like an earthquake or a volcano or something like that. I'm like, oh, so you're talking, in this case, this is when I will go to my argument. Oh, so you're making a distinction between natural evil and moral evil, right? Yes. So acts of God versus things like acts of malice, acts of moral evil, people being mean to each other, people being murderers. Natural evil, somebody drowns in a flood. Somebody gets hit by lightning. Yep. Okay. God causes calamity, which means catastrophe, equals natural evil. Yes. Okay. The Christian will then be satisfied. Yeah, there, you get it. You get it. Then you ask them, how is an omniscient God capable of engaging in natural evil? It knows everything. So it either deliberately did it to harm those people, or it knew it was going to happen and did nothing, which according to our ethical standards would be the same as letting those people die. If you have an omniscient being that's also an omnipotent being, which usually the two of them are so closely related, they might as well be the same property. There is no natural evil for that God. All evil would be moral evil. Howdy, Pat. How's it going?
Hey, I was yelling so much during the stream. My wife said I could actually come on. She said, just go in and talk to your friend then. So
Wait, yelling about what I'm saying or yelling about what Darth's saying?
Darth's saying.
Okay.
I do think, I stay for a second. I do find it like beyond ironic and hilarious that Darth is clutching to an English translation of a text that was written originally in Hebrew and Greek, and then not realizing that the numerous translational problems of English and using it as authoritative, right? Like it says in my Bible, right? And you were kind of talking about it, but it just like, I just find it like infuriating that he's so obtuse not to realize the argument he's making against like not being able to understand Arabic is actually counterintuitive to his own position. It just, he's completely dense. And I like, and Darth's a fucking idiot. He just infuriates me, and you're doing a great job commenting on him. So
Yeah,
Ah,
his mind is completely captured by this dogma, and he doesn't even realize it. He thinks that by insisting, like, no, this is Christian dogma, and anything that doesn't line up is just categorically wrong. Like, okay, it's categorically inconsistent with what you're putting forward, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong.
well,
It's just it's amazing that his inability, like he lacks any kind of intellectual nuance.
well, and he's historically illiterate too. I mean, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but in the beginning of the 5th century CE, we have the development within the Orthodox tradition. That's still when the Latins and Greeks are not totally hating each other.
Right.
Of the doctrine of Theotokos, right? Like, it's still prominent in Catholicism and Orthodox churches today. Now, I think Darth leans towards Protestantism, which later rejected that, but that's way later. So, like, commenting that Mary's being venerated, given the rise of that doctrine in the 5th century, is fair. like later, a couple centuries later, that was still, the veneration of Mary was still being kind of worked out in the church. And Darth's fucking illiterate and doesn't know that was actually what was historically going on.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that because I mean, even most scholars are like, yeah, the Quran emerged probably sometime around early mid 7th century, and you said it's like in the 500s, right, or 5th century. So we're talking.
Yeah, it was starting around 430ish, and it developed. It takes a couple centuries to fully develop it, but it starts in the 420s, 430s. And then continues through, right? So it takes centuries because there's pushback against it and then reaffirmations of it. So, but
and it would make sense that if they're going to end up engaging, if the Quran ends up engaging with the two other big religions in the area, Judaism and Christianity, it's going to be dealing with Christianity as that concept, that kind of dogma is online. It's out there, it's in front of them. And so, everything between like the veneration of Mary, but also the Trinitarian view, which I think wasn't really even like hammered down until like the 6th century, like early 6th century. And even then, I think it goes back and forth, right? I think different.
Well, it keeps getting refined because challenges to it starting in the 4th century fail, right? So, like, you look at all these various Trinitarian formulations from the initial Nicene Creed, which isn't Trinitarian. It's not till even, the revision. It's typically the Nicene Creed that people chant today in church is known as the Nicene Constantinopolitan Creed of 381 or 380, depending on how you want to date it. And that is the first inclusion of all three figures of the Godhead, right? As like united. The earlier Nicene Creed doesn't have a Trinitarian formulation in it. So it took us 60 additional years to even work that shit out. Like, it's like it really is problematic for someone who's like Darth, who is historically illiterate, doesn't understand how the various ecumenical councils worked and the actual history of the formulation of doctrine, which he, as a Protestant, has pretty much shit on anyway, and largely rejected many points to say, hey, this is what Christianity is today, which was very different than Christianity in, say, the 5th, 7th, 9th century.
Yeah, this remains like the hardest thing for me to like. I mean, listening to Darth, like, I made this point earlier with Simas, and I was talking with my brother about it last night. I've gotten kind of like exhausted with the idea, with the fact that so many of the things that I'm seeing from a lot of these Christians is this tendency, like at least this one is sort of getting into theology. But notice, like, most of these apologists, they want to talk about evolution, or they want to talk about something political, some hot button issue. They want to talk about metaphysics, philosophy, ethics, something like that. They don't ever want to actually talk about like the Bible. They don't ever want to discuss their narrative. And the fucked up thing for me about that is, like, most of them believe in the God of the Christian Bible because the narrative convinced them. Most people learn through stories. Stories are really convincing. And for whatever reason, they downplay that so that they can get into these theological bro-offs online, which just serves to kind of completely abstract everything that's going on. It's like, okay, we're not actually talking about why you believe this. At some point, you heard the story and you believe that Christ died for your sins, right? I'm like, well, yeah, whatever. I mean, I had to, I'm going to give him credit, but like when Pine Creek did that to Darth Dawkins, like a year ago or so, it's like, yeah, let's talk about Jesus. Let me hear what you think about Jesus. And Dawkins is just like, yeah, no. He wanted to get into the philosophy exercise because he wants to confuse the shit out of people. And it's just like, this is just aggravating as fuck because they're not representing the Christian faith as a tradition. They don't even, Darth doesn't even really understand it very well. He's just on here to stir up shit and confuse people because he thinks he knows better.
Well, I'm going to leave you with this. But stories, as cultural artifacts, right? Of how we talk about story, myth, tradition, fables, things like that. Folk tales are only as useful for our development later on, our cognitive ability, as they are for the evidence they provide. Like when you're young and you're a little kid and you wake up on the morning, Christmas morning, and there's presents under the tree, Santa Claus is real because you have a fucking super low evidentiary requirement for confirmation, right?
Right.
And the story is very affirming. Same thing with the Tooth Fairy and the Easter Bunny and all that shit. It's not much different than traditions in the Christian tradition as well. And again, many of them are fables and stories contained within these sacred texts, right? And I think the reason Darth stays away from them is because he is battling with, and again, I don't know him, but I've watched a lot of his stuff. I think he knows that if he gets into the battle of, let's talk about these stories and these traditions, he can't fight his own cognitive dissonance. He's obviously wants to be rooted in the fundamental argument of a concept of God and does not want to go beyond that because I think for him, the inspection beyond just a simple belief in God causes him some intellectual stress. And, it's pretty apparent the way he avoids any actual detailed analysis. Like, I can't talk to him about evidence. Like, he will not talk archaeology. He will not talk history because I think a little bit it's because he doesn't want to be really embarrassed because those aren't his fields that he has any knowledge of or very little knowledge of. But it would also require him to be analytical in his interpretation of the stories versus the available myths and available evidence, right? Like how he doesn't want to talk about the story of the flood because he knows that you'll bring up the fact that, we have earlier epics like Atrahasis, right? And Gilgamesh, and he'll just lose his mind.
Well, it sounds like, if you were studying Islam and you were trying to convert your homework from Arabic, I should say, if you're studying Arabic language and you need it converted over to English, he's your man. You could just send your homework his way, and he'll translate it 1-to-1, and it'll be completely accurate.
Well, all he would do is go find a translation and copy it, right? And then have no nuance on how the translation works. He'd be the first one to be very upset when we change the Virgin Mary to the young girl Mary, right? Which is as good a translation as the one of her being a virgin, right? Yeah. Like if you go to the original, the Hebrew about whether or not she should be a virgin or not, right? So these concepts are, virginity was important to the Christian narrative, and so became a formulation in that, but probably has to do with the mistranslation and misconception of the Septuagint, right? Again, because when Greek-speaking Jews were translating it, they were pushing it through a Greek cultural lens, and for the Greeks, no young woman is allowed to be married without being a virgin. So when but that's not the case in Judaism per se, right? Yeah. So the fact that ancient translators got it wrong, and then it was repeated in the New Testament as a mistranslation or possible mistranslation, it just shows that the whole thing's messy and no one wants to get into it because it hurts their feelings. It's kind of like when you see the Santa Claus suit the night before, and you're wondering, hey, that looks like it fit Dad? That
Exactly.
evidence could possibly fucking hurt, right?
Yeah, and I think that's to me that's the important part, because like if the story grounds it, right? The story kind of grounds it. You carry it along with you as you go through it. You start to realize that there's holes in the narrative and stuff. But what I see from these guys is this inability to honestly deal with the fact that the narratives can have weaknesses and strengths in certain areas. They have certain cultural importance. Some of them have a lot of cultural baggage that's getting transmitted, throughout the ages. And instead of having an appreciation and a respect for that when they're doing this, they see it as a liability. And then they immediately start to, in order to shore up the rest of their faith so they can engage in apologetics, the things they start going to, I'm going to poke holes in the theory of evolution, because what I want to do is make science-minded skeptics, I want them to develop some philosophical vertigo about that, and that'll make them run to Jesus. Or I'll start getting into metaphysics or philosophy or whatever. So I'll just debate these kind of like, these obscure philosophical points. And it's a way of just sort of like, you construct this wall around the original core, which was like, okay, what about your faith tradition is important to you, other than going out into these other disciplines and then weaponizing them to against skeptics so that you can convert them, or at least, or just annoy them, or whatever it is you're trying to do. It just seems like such a waste of energy. And at the end of the day, because he spent his energy running his mouth about this crazy shit, when he does get into discussions about something theological like the Bible, I can't keep track of all the mistakes he's making. And I'm not a Bible scholar. I've just read books from Bible scholars. And I'm like, I can't keep track with and really obvious ones, like ones he makes about Stephen, ones he makes about the Old Testament. My favorite one was the one where he's like, well, God could have stopped up the wombs of the women before the flood hit. That way no kids were killed. He waited until everybody was an adult, and then they got flooded. And everybody like, I don't know if you remember that, but that was one he was putting out as a defense. And it was like, okay, well, if he did that, if the wombs just don't open anymore because Yahweh's decided to in a sense, close up shop, why flood them? They're just going to starve to death. They're going to grow old and die.
Exactly. The generation would have passed away, right?
And it was established in that same chapter, because that's in chapter 6 of Genesis, that they would live to be 120 or 140 years old or something like that. Like they get a lifespan at that point. And he's trying to say, oh, well, no, it's not necessarily the case that kids were being killed, because God opens and closes the wombs, right? So if he just makes sure that nobody's fertile, I'm like, if they're dying at 120 years old and they're not having kids anymore, I think it would become a key part of the narrative. They'd start to panic. Yeah, it's just the saddest defense that I'd ever heard.
Yeah, and going back to Darth as a little kid seeing the Santa suit. Now, you and I we'd know Santa's not real because our method of inquiry. But in Darth's, binary worldview, he has two choices. Either Santa's not real or mom's fucking Santa. Because those are it, Why is Santa's suit hanging over the chair next to mom and dad's bedroom, right? And dad's not home. So he would double down on my mother's infidelity. Like, that's where Darth goes, right? Because he can't give up on the myth. Santa Claus has to be real in Darth's worldview, despite any evidence to the contrary, right? It's amazing that he stays there.
What you just brought up reminded me of the horror movie Silent Night, Deadly Night, where the kid witnesses I think that's like, it's Billy that witnesses it. I think that's how it goes. I think he sees his mom having sex with I don't think it's his dad that's dressed up as Santa. I think it's like the neighbor or something like that. It's been a long time since I've seen the movie, but anyway,
my mother would have explained to me as that as one of Santa's helpers, not Santa. But there would be an apologetic for it. But Darth isn't given nuance, and everything in his world is binary, so he'd only have two choices, right? So, yeah. My wife is laughing that I just talked about someone believing in Santa rather than believing their mom was a whore, as my wife said. So, again, not to shame mothers who have sex outside of wedlock. That's fine.
Or to kink shame people who are into Santas.
Exactly. If that's your cosplay, great. And if you can rent the costume a couple days early on a discount, get some fun fetishing in, and give the kids presents, all for you, bro. Like, kill two birds with one stone.
The discount entails that velvet will be a bit crusty. Be forewarned.
Well, I'm going to let you go. I just can't stand when Darth talks about translations as he reads from, typically one of the poorer, because he goes to King James quite a bit, right? Which is one of the poorer translations available. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So, all right, man, you take care, but it's been fun.
Thanks, Pat. Yeah, take it easy. I did want to highlight this. Rodent, no last name, says the real philosophical question: why Tony Shalhoub in the thumbnail? Okay, Tony Shalhoub is in the thumbnail because one of the words I used in it was, Darth Dawkins, binary brained and possibly brain dead. Tony Shalhoub was in a show that I think went on for maybe 2 seasons, probably only 1, called Brain Dead. It was kind of a funny show. It was very, very weird. It was from the people that made The Good Wife. And it was about brain-eating bugs that invade Washington, D.C. and try to take over the world that way. And Tony Shalhoub was, I don't know if he was like an up-and-coming, like a presidential candidate or what his deal was, but he's like one of the first people to be infected by the aliens. Basically, they're little bugs. They crawl into your head. They took over 1/2 of your skull, and then you would proceed to. They did odd things, so. Very strange show, but for whatever reason, I was like, oh, Brain Dead. I remember that. Looked it up, found that. I think it's a pretty good picture of Shalhoub. So, there. Mystery solved, I hope. And also, I don't think Brain Dead is streaming on any service. I think it disappeared down a memory hole. So, I'm like the Energizer Bunny. He's still going. I don't know if you're referring to me or to Darth, but I will be hanging this up here pretty quick because we're approaching hour the 4th.
Talk to enough Arabic speakers who are fluent in Arabic, and I've actually looked it up online in Arabic lexicons. The word mucker, it means to scheme, to deceive in any context.
No, I'm telling you that is not true. I am literally looking at the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's Wikipedia. Anybody can edit that.
Well.
Oh, okay. So that's conspiracy thinking now at this point. So Tony knows people, is consulted, is looking up people that he, I think, knows and trusts on Reddit. Multiple of them are confirming what he says. He's looked it up on Wikipedia. But no, this obviously everybody that Tony is researching because they disagree with Dawkins' point, they are incorrect or they are quote unquote in on it.
Okay, that's fine. Well, then people's testimony, whether it's Reddit, whether it's whatever.
Here's the problem.
So,
here's the problem. Okay, I'm going to.
Well, the problem, the real problem is this is amounting to mental masturbation.
I have a bombshell for you. Okay, what you are doing is when you invoke other worldviews in order to neutralize the exclusivity of the Christian worldview, you're committing
No,
what
that's
is
not
called.
what I did.
You said other God concepts can accomplish the same thing that the Christian God does, right?
No,
No, I don't think that's actually what Tony said. I think Tony was trying to say that any people from those faith traditions could be making similar arguments to Darth Dawkins, and they should be taken with the same amount of consideration. Darth is trying to say that somehow Christianity is exclusively represents the properties he was originally talking about, and Tony's saying that he doesn't believe that Christianity does. There's other religions that could also make this claim. How would you falsify them? Daisy writes, anyone see that movie Bad Santa? Many times. One of my favorite Christmas movies. Love that movie.
Really said was I can.
Did you invoke Islam?
No.
You invoked
I
Islam.
I invoked.
Hey Beck, how's it going? Good to see you. I love this. Darth is in. Did you invoke Islam? I think Tony W actually mentioned like Judaism and Islam.
Any and all.
That's right. Okay, that's right. That's right. So what you are doing, which you don't realize, is called worldview body double. You know what worldview body double is?
Somebody brought this up in the live chat just earlier. Like, yeah. So if you had worldview body double on your bingo card, this is an older one. He hasn't actually he must be dusting this one off again.
I do not, but you need to let me get some words in at some point.
I will in a second. I will. Okay. When you do not accept the Christian worldview as a composite worldview, okay, it constitutes a negation. Okay.
Of an entire worldview? No, it doesn't.
Because you can't be neutral because all worldviews are exclusive. If you do not accept the Christian worldview and you say that the Christian worldview is not exclusive and necessary, is it your position that the Christian worldview is not exclusive and necessary?
It is my position that any religion might not be exclusive or necessary.
Ah, that's an interesting position.
No, is it your position that the Christian worldview is not exclusive and within its exclusivity is necessary to ground reason, truth, and intelligibility?
Oh boy. So now he's just trying to double down on it. See you later, John. Thanks for stopping by. It's been fun.
Yes.
Okay. Then in order to negate that worldview as represented by A, you have to present not A. What
Okay.
worldview are you putting on the table to negate the Christian
All
worldview?
right.
No. Okay, so you'd have to accept that what Darth Dawkins is talking about. Thank you, Beck, by the way. You'd have to accept that what he's talking about. Okay, in order for this to make sense, okay, there's a Christian worldview, and you need to put another worldview on the table that would negate it completely. That would mean that what you would need to accept is Darth Dawkins' framing of worldviews as being complete. And if one thing in a worldview is incorrect, then you throw the entire worldview out. So I'm not exactly sure, like, again, what he means by worldviews. And I'll probably wrap this up with this point. Worldview, well, I'll listen to it a little bit more to see how he breaks this down. But the worldview that he's talking, that I think that he should be talking about, is the collection of people's opinions, beliefs, impressions, prejudices, cognitive dissonances, biases, yada, 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 all those kinds of things, all make up a person's, even impressions, intuitions, faulty or accurate. They all make up a person's worldview. And that's probably the most informative way of looking at a worldview. Darth seems to be approaching worldviews as if they're an operating system. So you're a computer and you need an operating system. And like maybe like what you need is Windows, according to Darth Dawkins. The only true operating system is the Windows operating system. And what Tony W is trying to say is like, no, you could probably get some things done with Linux or with even the Mac operating system under certain circumstances. So I don't, or certain Unix systems. Sorry if this is, I might be completely butchering this. I'm not that big a computer nerd. And then Dawkins is going, no. There's only one, and it's necessarily the case that the one works and the other ones are bad, and that doesn't make sense. And that's not a worldview. Your worldview, like Beck, AJ's in the chat. Beck's in the chat. AJ and Beck may agree on 99.9% of everything. Same politics, same economics, same tastes in food. But the one thing they disagree on, the one thing, is raisins. AJ, he'll fuck with an oatmeal raisin cookie from time to time. But Beck hates himself a raisin. Hates them in anything. Glares at them. Has been caught swearing at them. Right? This is just an example. But that one little tick, that one break in their worldview, according to Darth, if we're following Darth's logic here, one of them is right about that and one of them is wrong. And the one that is wrong, their entire worldview goes out the window. They can't be right about anything else necessarily. It's just entailed. Nope. You have the wrong opinion about raisins. Therefore, I can't trust you when you tell me that it's raining outside. This is bonkers. And sorry for picking on you, AJ and Beck. I don't know what you guys' positions are on raisins. I just, use that as an example.
So, okay. So once again, that same logic can be used for anyone who's religious of any religion.
You are dodging.
I'm not dodging
the question.
Well, look, I mean, we can. This is just going to amount to mental masturbation at some point.
No, you can be insultive all you want.
I'm not trying to insult you.
Can I represent the Christian worldview by the letter A? Is that acceptable to you?
Okay, so
okay,
I will respond to that. But
so you're saying A is not exclusive and indispensable, correct?
What I'm saying is you gave a good argument for God.
I'm asking you
now, which God?
And you're dodging. Okay.
This is fucked up because he's essentially, I mean, he's agreeing with Darth. He's saying he thinks that Darth gave a decent argument for the existence of a God. And now Darth is just losing his shit because he can't get Tony W to completely give up his intellectual capacities, just surrender those and because the thing isn't that like, hey, so you acknowledge that there's a God. Now it seems to be necessary to acknowledge that God is Christ. And Darth can't get Tony there. So that kind of makes you wonder, why has Darth been dabbling in these like arguments from contingency and necessity and ontology and presuppositionalism when it can't get you to Christ?
Christian worldview will be represented by the letter A. Are you rejecting that the Christian worldview is exclusive and indispensable, without which you won't ground knowledge, truth,
Christian
and
world.
reason?
Wait, hold on. Yes, I accept that if you say it would not ground the Christian worldview.
I'm
Not
not
any.
getting a clear answer from you. Do you not accept, do you reject that the Christian worldview is exclusive and indispensable for grounding truth, reason, and human intelligibility?
No. What about Christianity would make any of that true, necessary, or even important? Why would it even be informative about any of those things? I better actually rewind that a little bit. I wonder what raisins in pizza taste like. I don't think that I would mess with raisins in pizza, but I would consider figs, which is to say fig pieces. Actual figs are kind of freaking big. So you drop whole figs on a pizza, that's going to be disgusting. And you'd have like a really heavy slice. But bits of little portions of fig, kind of chopped up in some kind of like a parmesan, like a parmigiano. You get a good salty sour cheese. That combination of the two be good. Trying to think, yeah, and maybe an Italian sausage. Be nice. Sorry, it's 1:30. I'm starting to get hungry. We've rounded breakfast, and we're well into lunch.
Yeah, I would.
Do you reject that the Christian worldview is exclusive and indispensable for grounding truth, reason, and human intelligibility?
No, that I would reject that completely. So yes, do you reject it?
Yeah, I would probably say I don't accept that, but you're forcing an answer.
Okay, which model of reality provides for that?
Again, all or nothing fallacies. So Christianity, okay, so your Christianity, as far as Darth is concerned, Christianity is the only one that provides for truth, rationality, and intelligibility in the world. And if it doesn't, there has to be another one that totally does. This makes no sense. Because it doesn't. The first insistence is Christianity does that as a worldview. No, it doesn't. A worldview would not provide for that. Hey, AJ, what's up?
Not a whole lot. I had some relevant things to add to that.
Okay, go ahead.
So Darth likes to do this thing, and a lot of presuppers do, with the notion that there's no neutrality. You can't be neutral as far as worldviews. There's no predication that you can make that's neutral. It's always through the lens of some worldview. Yet they like to make these proclamations that are universal about worldviews, which obviously is impossible if what they say is true, that you can't predicate without doing so through the view of a worldview. So all these things they say about, oh, well, is this, this is the necessary precondition for intelligibility. Well, it's the necessary precondition for intelligibility in your worldview. You can't say that that's the necessary precondition for intelligibility in every worldview, because you can't talk about every worldview.
Yeah, the only thing that he would actually have to he'd have to be honest and tell Tony W that only one worldview is possible.
Yeah, and
he's getting close to that here, I think.
Well, and if you listen to Tony caught him on that, and Darth just blew right over it. Tony was like, "Well, yeah, in your worldview, that's true."
Yeah,
and Darth just skated right over it.
Yeah, and he keeps trying to say, like, for as many times as Darth it's been pointed out that Darth cannot like track internal critiques and external critiques. This is a perfect example of it. And I think mostly it is because it's grounded in the fact he has such a misguided idea of what worldviews are. Like this, it doesn't really make sense what he's talking about. And he's insisting on, I think, what he believes is like a theological, like a Christian dogmatic, a theological definition of worldview from what he's heard from like Bonson and Van Til. But even those guys, like anytime they would bring stuff like that up, philosophers would just shrug their shoulders and be like, that's not defined. So, get fucked. You're not talking about anything that makes any sense. You're not talking about a worldview in like the old school Kantian sense, and you're not talking about a worldview that most people understand it, which is just everybody's collections of their thoughts and stuff.
Yeah.
So, trying to assert that a worldview has some kind of magical claim to providing for the intelligibility, rationality, reasonability, and truth of all of reality is just an amazingly bonkers claim.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and it's a best I can tell, the whole notion of presup is based on a giant reification fallacy. They're treating worldviews as if they are reality. The worldview is a representation of it's the map, and they're trying to say, oh well, if all of all the possible maps, one of them has to be right, and that's actually incorrect.
Actually,
all the maps are approximations. None of them are correct.
That reminds me of that actually reminds me of what happened at the beginning of this when the guy brought up thermodynamics, and he didn't want to talk about math because it's abstract. So if he brings about worldviews, I'd just be like, worldviews are abstract. I don't have time to talk about that.
Oh God, that would be classic.
Dismissed. Like, I want to talk about what's actual, Darth, not worldviews. That's BS. That's good. It's good to see you. I haven't talked to you in a while, man.
It's been a while. Yeah, I've been preoccupied and had a weird schedule, and it's good to be on. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, I've been able to do this a little bit more often. New place. It's a little bit easier to stream from here, so better internet. Yeah,
well, that's always good.
And I've been at my place a lot more because normally what will interfere with my my streams is if I head down to see family down south of here, just outside of town. I usually end up staying overnight. Well, a couple of my relatives took a trip down to Florida 3 weeks ago, and they came back from Disney World for the first time. It was my mom and my older sister. Neither one had been. Went for the first time, loved it, brought back souvenirs. One of those souvenirs was COVID. And my mom has been sequestered to a camper trailer. They have in the yard, which they usually have set up year round. In fact, that's if I go down there and I stay out late with my younger brother, I stay in that. It's always set up. It's basically like a spare room.
It's the guest house.
It's the guest house, yeah. And I'll sleep in there, and then the next day we go get breakfast or something like that. It's perfect for that. Well, she's been sequestered in that for 10 days. She's still like, yeah, this is the end of week 3 for her. And she's still got the cough, and like, she doesn't have any of the other symptoms. She's not weak or fatigued. I think like since smell and taste are back, but yeah, she was still testing positive as of a couple days ago. Still coughing. I'm going over there today, but I'm staying outside. It's like, I don't know. I'm certain she's still like having coughing fits and stuff, and she's been keeping herself separate because she's like, but at this point, everybody else is probably safe, but she's like, I'm coughing so hard and I'm still testing positive. I don't want anybody else getting this. So she's just stayed away. So it's like, that sucks. So yeah, I kind of miss the family.
hate to hear that, but best wishes to Mom so that she has I guess we're past to having a speedy recovery, but speedy from this point forward.
Yeah, it got her pretty good. Fortunately, I mean, she didn't need like hospitalization. She didn't get that bad. Fever and stuff broke within like a day or two. So after that, it's just been the annoying stuff. But yeah, it's more like just the isolation and stuff has been. She's getting stir crazy. So, but yeah, hopefully she's rounding the bend. My sister got over it. I think. She was about 100% normal at the beginning of this week, into last week. But yeah, my mom, she's got a couple of she's got underlying health conditions that would make a virus like that last longer.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yeah, my goal is to, after this, I'm going to order some pizza, take that down there. We'll eat outside, visit with the fam, and then get the hell away from them before they get their cooties on me. Yeah, man. Well, hell, yeah, I'll let you have the last word. I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I was going to play one thing. Actually, yeah, you might as well stick around. Let me play the last bit of this here where he's still talking about worldview, I think they're just going to keep bickering back and forth about this.
Well, if you're Judaism might for some people, Islam might for some people.
You're doing worldview.
I mean, that's important. Well, no, it's important we say that. I mean,
you're committing a fallacy right now. I'm going to explain to you what it is. It's called a worldview body double. Only one model of reality, can be true.
No, that's okay. I think with that, it's safe to end because that's also like just flamboyantly stupid. Only one model of reality can be true. No, actually, every model of reality can be false, and every model of reality can have some truth in it with some mistakes. The idea that it's either true or not is just Darth being, well, fucking stupid. So, Darth, reach out to me, email, DM. You need help. Let's have a chat sometime, Darth Dawkins. Let's see if we can set you straight.
Just to throw in one thing on Darth's worldview body double thing, this is one of those where, like, to be charitable to Darth, even though he doesn't deserve it, like in typical discourse, it would be considered poor form, and, you know, and kind of intellectually dishonest to put forth a position that you yourself don't hold. Like, if it's an argument that I wouldn't accept myself, then I shouldn't put it forth. You know, I shouldn't use Judaism as a defeater to Darth if I'm not a Jew. Like, you know,
sure.
However, Darth opens himself up to this as soon as he loves to invoke one of his favorite little things, the impossibility of the contrary. As soon as you say, well, all these other things are impossible, then all of those are now on the table as defeaters because you brought it up.
Yeah. And what makes it worse is that this, and I mean, Tony W has made like the perfect foil for this, because he's already conceded the kind of basic philosophical belief that kind of gets you to deism or theism.
Sure.
And now Darth is struggling to, you know, get him over the hitch. And in this case, like, I don't think this guy is trying to say, to your point, I don't think you're trying to say that he was saying this either, but I think he's done a pretty good job in basically saying, like, he's not trying to say, well, no, actually, Judaism is my bag or Islam is my bag. He's basically like, well, wait a minute, what about Christianity trumps these other ones?
Right.
And when Darth lays it out, he's just, you know, Tony's rightfully made the observation, like, well, any of these other faith traditions can make the same claim.
Yeah. How is it that Jesus died on the cross for my sins is necessary for knowledge, rationality, and intelligibility? Because no one's ever made that argument that I can find.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, folks, I think I'm going to end it there. This went 4 hours and 15 minutes, which is unusually long, even for me. But I'm going to wrap it up there. I might get to the last of this. How many more minutes around there? About 18. I might do another video and cover the last part of this one, and then like do a part 2. And then Tom Rabbit's got another short one out there with Darth Dawkins yelling at a guy named Muted by Winning, which I don't have too much to say about that one. But hell, by the time I get through that one, Tom might have a couple more. So, I'm going to wrap this up. Chad, it was great seeing you. Thank you all for showing up. Thank you for the super chats. Always fun. Thanks for spending, those that have been live this entire time. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday with me. AJ, thanks for jumping on.
Well, thanks for having me. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder. And I guess with that, I will sign out here. I will be back probably in another couple of days here. It'll probably be sometime in the middle of the week to finish this one up and do a couple others, and then maybe move on to some new content, some new, maybe slightly more political. There's been a few things out there that I've been wanting to rant about, so we'll see. But all right, folks, we will see you all later. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, regardless of how much you have of it. Some of you might actually be beginning a Sunday, so if that's the case, enjoy that too. And with that, we'll get out of here. Take it easy, everybody.